Good morning. It's 5 o'clock on your Monday morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, he said he wouldn't do it, but President Biden signed a pardon for his son, Hunter Biden, last night. And this pardon is a sweeping pardon. It covers more than just Hunter's tax evasion and gun convictions.
Hunter's pardon covers not just the gun and tax offenses, but also any other offenses against the United States which he has committed or may have committed or taken part in during the period from January 1st, 2014 through December 1st, 2024. Biden explaining the pardon, saying raw politics has infected this process and it led to a miscarriage of justice.
It's ABC's Andrew Dimbert there. Multiple outlets reporting that with the nomination of Kash Patel to lead the FBI, investigations into potential influence peddling may have come about. Metro Nashville police are investigating a shooting that happened in the early morning hours in South Nashville outside an after-hours club. An 18-year-old girl was killed and two other women are seriously injured. Witnesses say that there was a heated argument between the occupants of two cars when the shooting began. Well, if you're trying to ship packages or cards to Canada, they may not get there in time. That's because the USPS has suspended service to Canada. Workers for the Canadian version of the Postal Service are on strike, and they have been since November 15th. The U.S. says it will not attempt to send any mail until the situation improves. Well, it really is beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro tells us there could be flurries and maybe some snow showers for this afternoon's commute.
There could be some slick spots on the roadways, even though it's only a dusting to maybe a half an inch in the higher elevations. Because the temperature is so low, it would only take about a dusting to cause some slick spots, especially on overpasses and bridges.
Now, DiPietro says this is not a shut down the city kind of snow, but better be prepared for it to arrive later today. We've got more in the forecast coming up. Stick around. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Dave Packer.
Retailers are preparing special promotions and online sales for Cyber Monday. Cyber Week getting off to a strong start with bigger than expected discounts on Thanksgiving-driven impulse shopping in categories like electronics and apparel, according to Adobe Digital Insights. Many were shopping on their mobile devices, which hit all-time highs for the kickoff to the holiday shopping season. The Drug Enforcement Administration holding hearings tomorrow on President Biden's proposed rescheduling of marijuana from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 on the Controlled Substances Act list, a move that would be a step closer to federal decriminalization. Reports on November construction spending, job openings, and manufacturing scheduled for this week, the first since the presidential election. Hewlett-Packard and Kroger release quarterly earnings reports this week. Campbell's Company will release first quarter 2025 projections, the first forecast since shareholders approved dropping soup from the company's name last month.
Stock futures all pointing down so far this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash in Woodbine. It's on Peachtree Street at Foster Avenue, and there's just about an hour left of the TDOT holiday where there's no added lane closures for road work unless it's an emergency. So none of that will go into place until about 6 o'clock this morning. So be advised as you head out this morning that you won't run into those cones, the construction cones, at least for the next hour. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on into your Monday, December 2nd. Hope you are doing well. Man, what a busy news day today. This came as a shock to no one.
Ask you, will you accept the jury's outcome, their verdict, no matter what it is?
Yes.
And have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
Yes.
You know, I guess what you could say is this is just another lie that is stacked upon all of the other lies that Joe Biden has told over the past, not only the last 4 years, but of course, throughout his political career. But yeah, after years of saying that he would not be granting Hunter a pardon, Joe Biden does pardon his son. Now, he gave a full and unconditional pardon for Hunter's, not only his crimes, his potential crimes committed from, now this is very important, from January 1st of 2014 through December 1st of 2024. So I guess if Hunter screws up today, he's kind of screwed. But bottom line is that Joe Biden gave his son, Hunter, unconditional pardon from the start of his time with Burisma. So this is not only, just so you know, and I'm going to go through all of this, but just so you know, this is not only a pardon of Hunter Biden. This is also a pardon of basically the entire Biden family. Because all of those Burisma accusations, they all focus on Hunter Biden. And so the bottom line is you can't really have much of an investigation into the Biden family and Burisma and the influence peddling without Hunter Biden. But there is a catch. But remember that Hunter, he was up on federal gun and tax evasion charges between the June gun purchase. Remember that way back when the June gun purchase case, a jury found him guilty of making a false claim on the application and illegally having the gun for 11 days. That was, again, back in June. He faced up to 25 years in prison. Most people said that he would not spend that much time in jail, but bottom line is he was up for possibly some jail time there. The tax evasion case, he could have faced 17 years in prison. Now, he obviously won't be spending any time in prison based on the gun charges and the tax evasion charges because Joe Biden has given him a full and unconditional pardon. The question of a pardon, by the way, this has been something that has been asked of the Biden administration and Joe Biden for a long time. You had Joe Biden, Cringe Jean-Pierre, Jill Biden as well. The entire administration has been saying forever that Joe Biden would not pardon Hunter Biden. They said it over and over again.
It's still a no. It's still a no.
It will always be a no.
It's still a no. It will be a no. It is a no, and I don't have anything else to add. Will he pardon his son? No.
So they're pretty resolute in that answer, Cringe Jean-Pierre was. So Biden has been lying about this particular story the entire time. There's a few things at play here. Number one is Donald Trump has brought in, he wants Kash Patel to run the FBI. He wants, he wants this, and people are going to say, oh, he is nothing but a loyalist, Kash Patel is. Oh, and he's not qualified. He's absolutely qualified. But Kash Patel is one of those people where Joe Biden and the Democrats, they're hearing that he is the guy that could be running the FBI. And it's quite possible that Kash was going to look even further into the Biden family and the accusations, and I believe the absolute influence peddling that they were engaged in. And so Joe Biden decided, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and grant that pardon. Now, remember that this is technically about lying on that federal gun form. He was buying a gun, and he said that he was not on drugs or an addict, and he was. So that's number one. And then there's all those tax evasion crimes as well. But a few things. This pardon does go all the way back to 2014. That just happens to be when he started that big gig sitting on the board of Burisma. This is a very, as they say, this is a very sweeping pardon. All crimes that he may have committed from January 1st of 2014 through yesterday. So this really is a way for Joe Biden to protect not only Hunter, but his entire family as well, because Hunter has been the centerpiece of this whole case. So protect and pardon Hunter, and the entire case of influence peddling goes away. Or does it? I'm going to get to that in a second. But really, Joe Biden, this is about a number of different things. It is about the lying, which we know that Joe Biden does in abundance. But everything related to this case, Joe Biden has lied about. He lied about the laptop being authentic. He lied about meeting Hunter's clients. He did meet Hunter's clients. He said that he didn't. He lied about the laptop being authentic. He said that it was not authentic, and it was. He said it was Russian disinformation. He lied about knowing Hunter's business. He lied about knowing Hunter's business associates. And yes, he also lied about pardoning Hunter.
And I am satisfied that I'm not going to do anything. I said I abide by the jury decision, and I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
Well, he did. So the lies related to this case, they continue to stack. But you shouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm not. Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley was on Fox News, and he as well, not really shocked by this.
And it also shows a degree of contempt for the American people. You know, this is a president who didn't just simply lie about not ever speaking to his son's business associates, of never being in meetings with them, but he lied repeatedly to the American people when he was a candidate for re-election. And he was asked repeatedly, as he was, about meeting his son's clients, and denied that he would do that. And he has now violated that pledge.
Well, listen, I mean, let's be honest about all of the violated pledges that Joe Biden has gone through over the past 4 years. I mean, you could go through all of the lies during the election and during Joe Biden's reign over America. We talked about all of the lies. And so I don't really feel like I have to relitigate all of the lies that Joe Biden told. And so again, when Jonathan Turley says, well, this just, it shows a contempt for the American people. Well, yeah, it does. Because you don't persistently lie to a person or a group of people and people aren't going to think that you really respect that person or that group of people if you are constantly lying to them. So, yeah, Joe Biden and the Democrats do have a contempt for the American people. But, conservatives, they're losing their mind over this. But you know who's also losing their minds? Democrats. Democrats are ticked off, and we're going to talk about that straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. It is 5:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
Just one trouble spot. It's in Woodbine on Peachtree Street at Foster Avenue. That's a crash scene this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Cloudy today, a high of 39. Snow showers possible as well. And right now, Johnny, you said it's 27 degrees? 27 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So talking about Joe Biden and giving his son a full and complete pardon over any crimes that he may have committed. since 2014 to yesterday. And so this was a big about face for the president because he and Karine Jean-Pierre, Jill Biden as well, the entire administration has been saying, no, we're not gonna pardon Hunter Biden. No one, they said, no one is above the law. Of course, they were talking about Donald Trump at the time and not Hunter Biden. So does that whole no one is above the law thing, I mean, that when Joe Biden and, Karine Jean-Pierre and Jill Biden, when they all say that no one is above the law, that quote really not aging well, is it? But again, don't forget, President-elect Donald Trump has also just appointed Kash Patel as the new head of the FBI. I believe that this is a big part of this whole conversation. Because that does mean that Kash, who is ready to go in, he is ready to absolutely burn down the FBI. He was going to possibly go in and really look closer at the Hunter Biden case and bring more charges. So President Biden protected his son from any further charges that could also impact the FBI's ability under Kash Patel to look real closely at what really went on there. Because remember that Hunter Biden went to go work for that oil and gas company, Burisma. We've spoken about that ad nauseum. Millions of dollars Hunter Biden got. And according to emails at the time, his job was to help coordinate a plan to close down any cases against the owner of Burisma. Remember, Burisma was accused of being big-time corrupt. And so that's where the influence peddling comes in because, as you know, Hunter Biden had absolutely no experience in oil and gas, which is what Burisma does. And so Hunter Biden releases this statement last night, because all this went down last night. And he says, I have admitted and taken responsibility for my mistakes during the darkest days of my addiction, he says, mistakes that have been exploited to publicly humiliate and shame me and my family for political sport. And for that, I would say to Joe Biden, I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry, Hunter Biden. But you are the one that put every single part of your life, from the taking of drugs to the hookers and all of the things you can imagine you do with hookers, all of that on a laptop computer, which then you brought into a laptop store and you left it there. So no, you are the one that publicly humiliated and shamed yourself and your family. And by the way, remember his statement from last night. I've admitted and taken responsibility for my mistakes during the darkest days of my addiction. Well, actually, no, because when you were convicted of tax evasion, when you were evading your taxes, which the American people certainly can't do, but when you, Hunter, were out evading your taxes, you weren't in the deepest, darkest days of your addiction. Actually, no. You were already clean by then. So says IRS whistleblower Joseph Ziegler.
That he committed this felony tax conduct while he was high on drugs and he was out of his mind and he wasn't. It's not true. He actually filed these false tax returns when he admitted in his book that he was newly sober. So all of this conduct, if you look at the book compared to what's filed on the tax returns, when you compare those two things, they don't match up.
Oh, look, so another lie. That was, by the way, courtesy of the reporting of Catherine Herridge. So the Democrats, they are losing their ever-loving minds over this because, number one, Biden said he wasn't going to do this. People are saying this is a historic pardon. Colorado Governor Jared Polis, a Democrat, ripping, and by the way, Polis, he has always been a big-time ally of Joe Biden. Colorado Governor Jared Polis, a Democrat, ripping Biden's lame duck decision and accusing the chief of his party of putting family ahead of the country. While as a father, I certainly understand President Biden's natural desire to help his son by pardoning him, he says, Jared Polis, again, Democrat governor of Colorado, I'm disappointed that he put his family ahead of the country. Polis writing, This is a bad precedent that could be abused by later presidents and will sadly tarnish the reputation of Joe Biden. Could Joe Biden's reputation be any more tarnished? Like, I guess that would be part of my reaction to Jared Polis. Joe Walsh is a former congressman, not the Eagle, a former congressman, Republican, by the way, who was anti-Trump. And he was on MSNBC. And oh, man.
This pardon is just deflating. For those of us who have been out there for a few years now yelling about what a unique threat Donald Trump is, for Joe Biden to do something like this, Trump, nobody's above the law, we've been screaming. Well, Joe Biden just made clear his son Hunter is above the law. Donald Trump lies every time he opens his mouth, we've been screaming. Joe Biden repeatedly lied about this.
Yeah, and this is exactly why Kash Patel, up for head of the FBI, and by the way, Pam Bondi, head of the Department of Justice, the Attorney General under Donald Trump, if they're confirmed, they're going to make wholesale changes to these departments and agencies because Joe Biden's move is just the latest in what looks like corruption within federal law enforcement agencies and, frankly, the Biden administration.
Joe Biden repeatedly said he wouldn't do this, so he repeatedly lied. But this just furthers the cynicism that people have about politics, and that cynicism strengthens Trump. Because Trump can just say, I'm not a unique threat. Everybody does this. If I do something for my kid, my son-in-law, whatever, look, Joe Biden does the same thing. I get it, but this was a selfish move by Biden, which politically only strengthens Trump. It's just deflating.
Yeah. Now, a couple of questions. What about Jim Biden, Joe Biden's brother? He was involved in all of this, all things Burisma, all things influence peddling as well. So let's just say if Kash Patel and Pam Bondi get in there and they start looking at the Biden family, they can actually now call Hunter to the stand and he can't testify under oath and he cannot plead the fifth because he can't face any charges. He's been given full immunity. So theoretically, he could testify against Joe, his brother, Jim, or anyone else. And so we'll have to see ultimately what happens. The other thing, and this is to the Democrats' point, part of what they're talking about is the fact that Trump could now go in, and he should go in, and the precedent has been set. Donald Trump can get in there, and he can pardon every single J6er if he so chooses, because that precedent has now been set. 5:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So as much as a lot of people are losing their minds today, this actually is very good news for the J6ers and their families as well. 5:24, and we've got Joan Jones in the newsroom. Hey, Joan, what's up?
Freezing temperatures and a little bit of snow maybe on the way today. We've got details coming up. Also, we'll tell you about the option that President Biden did not choose for his son, Hunter. Those stories at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Well, good morning. It's now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got your forecast coming up in just 5 minutes, and it contains a little bit of white stuff. Not enough, though, to make a snowman, but we are expecting a little snow around here later on today.
There are a few flurries and even a passing snow shower we'll have to talk about late this afternoon, heading into the evening, and yes, that could put down some accumulation in some areas. Exactly how much accumulation, though, is something we'll talk about coming up, but I'll tell you this, right now, it is not going to be a shut the city down kind of snowfall, but could be just enough to cause some slick spots, especially in those higher elevations.
Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro there. The complete forecast is just ahead, so stick around. Well, severely cold temps have prompted officials in Nashville to open an overflow cold shelter on Brick Church Pike. Shelters like this open when the temps hit 32 degrees or lower for more than 3 hours, according to the Office of Homeless Services. The shelters provide a hot meal and a bed for the night. Well, President Biden took many by surprise last night, as you've been hearing, by the pardoning of his son Hunter, not just for his federal gun and tax evasion convictions, but for any possible wrongdoing starting from 2014. ABC News chief legal analyst Dan Abrams.
There was another option here for the president, and that is to grant clemency, meaning he's granted pardons here. That means these convictions go away.
Now, on social media, President-elect Trump asked if the pardon given to Hunter Biden will include J6 hostages who have now been imprisoned for years. Well, the former drummer for the band My Chemical Romance has died. Bob Breyer was 44 years old. Police say he was found dead in his Tennessee home. Breyer left the band in 2010 and later auctioned off a drum kit to raise money for an animal adoption center in Williamson County. No details so far on the circumstances around his death. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Listen, Black Friday might be officially over, but it does continue with my friends at Xfinity. Are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity continues their Black Friday sale. Now, their best deals of the year are going on right here, right now. Learn how to get your choice of 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That, my friends, is a very big deal. Or should I say a gig deal. Now through tomorrow, December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet and an unlimited mobile line together for only $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. That's Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, equipment taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Just got an accident in Jolton this morning. This is the eastbound lanes of 24 just before New Hope Road, exit 31. And that's it. Things are looking pretty good. Crews are going to be starting to re-engage their construction spots again this morning at 6 o'clock. They have been on a break for Thanksgiving, but they'll re-up those construction sites once again at 6 o'clock this morning. Be advised as you're out there traveling. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Johnny Joan, if I don't get to it by the end of this segment, tell me that I need to, well, there's no other way to say it. There was some fake news that was spread on Nashville's Morning News on Friday or Wednesday. And I need to, it does need to be addressed.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's a sad thing. So we'll get to that.
Okay.
Because I really strive to be truthful and honest and forthright and accurate in my information and my opinions that are based on the information that I give. And occasionally, I get it wrong. And so I've got to clear up and clean up something that happened on Wednesday's broadcast here on Nashville's Morning News.
So
good morning, everyone.
Just to be clear, it's something you did and not Johnny or I.
I've been trying all weekend to somehow pin it on you two.
Yeah.
And I just can't.
Okay, so we're definitely going to get to it at the end of the segment.
Are you? Are
Yeah.
you just,
Oh, yeah.
you're just definitely going to? Hey,
yeah.
hey, by the way, I don't know.
Before you do that, Dan, I've
Yes.
got to give this important because Joan let me know this.
Yes.
And this is important to all of our listeners and you, Dan. Stefano DiPietro.
Yeah.
With the cold temperatures and the possible snow coming in, he wants to remind you to wear your hat today.
And long sleeves.
And
Don't
long
forget the
sleeves.
long sleeves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't need Stefano to tell me that I need to wear a hat. I knew that Stefano was going to tell me to wear a hat today, so I purposely chose not to.
You too, huh?
Just to be contrarian.
Me too. I almost wore short sleeves just to really hack him
That's
off.
exactly right.
Flip-flops. Yeah.
Yeah.
Flip-flops and shorts.
Yeah.
I saw a lady in church yesterday with flip-flops on.
We saw someone out with flip-flops as well when it was and shorts when it was cold.
Is flip-flops appropriate? I went to church this weekend. Flip-flops didn't feel appropriate.
It depends on what church you go to.
It sure does. Like my brother went to a church in North Carolina, Outer Banks, and I went to his church. And there's people, in Hawaiian shirts and flip-flops, totally appropriate for the Outer Banks.
Sure, yeah.
Felt a little weird, though, when I went to church this week. But whatever. Listen, to each his own.
Yeah.
The good thing is,
sure.
I don't think, didn't Jesus wear flip-flops?
Yes, he did.
He
he
wore
wore sandals.
Sandals, hello.
Yeah, no flip-flops.
Yeah.
Sandals.
Okay, so Jesus did not wear Crocs.
No, there were no Crocs.
I don't think Jesus would approve of Crocs.
I don't know. Crocs are pretty comfortable, man.
That's just me. Of course, I don't see any deity really having a dress code.
Well, that's a good point, Johnny. But by the way, this is what's happening at Kroger right now. Snow flurries.
It's going to snow.
Get the milk.
Oh, my God.
Get the bread. Get the hats. That's what's going on in Kroger.
You know what happened to me in Publix one time?
What?
When it was a snow, it was a snow panic.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was panic buying. I was in Publix and I'm thinking, now look at that joker trying to look like Tom Peterson, the bass player from Cheap Trick. Good God! And I get next to him in the produce aisle. That is Tom Peterson from Cheap Trick.
So
that's awesome.
So even Tom Peterson was stressing about the snow.
He didn't look too stressed.
Because if you're Tom Peterson, you've been through a lot more than just snow flurries.
You've been through Bunny Carlos, man. Come on.
That's exactly right. I'm actually looking forward to the snow flurries. You know why? Because I'll probably be at home.
Watching them from your window.
Watching them from my window. Yep. That is exactly right.
As will I. And out in
all those poor people on the roads, though.
Yeah.
It's not so. Just so we're clear, just because we don't want to start any panic.
No.
I do overdo the sound effects on this show, don't I? like I get one and I do it to death. Anyway.
It's one of those endearing qualities about you.
Is it endearing, Joan?
Yeah.
Joan doesn't sound like very convincing.
It's like a trademark.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
It's like a trademark?
Yeah. It's like your trademark.
Or like a skin tag.
Anyway. Yeah, it's not supposed to impact the roadways.
That's right.
No.
Hey, can you explain to me I got to go backward. What do you mean a skin tag? It's like a skin tag. What's wrong with a I have a skin tag.
Just something hanging out there that you don't want.
Okay. Hey, Joan sent me a great story over the weekend, and I went ahead and posted it on my X feed.
Oh, you did?
Grandma did indeed get hit by a reindeer in bucolic Watertown, New York.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So they're having like a...
The turkey trot.
Is that what that was? Turkey trot?
Yeah, every town has their turkey trot. I think there was one here in Nashville on Thursday as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, it's usually a 5K. It's a very light, it's not a race. It's just everybody out there having fun.
Sure.
And so Grandma was out there with her friends.
And a reindeer came up and knocked her down, literally knocked her down.
A bunch of deer ran through.
A bunch of deer.
Yeah, they ran through the crowds.
Oh, dear.
Grandma right off her feet.
Oh, dear. That's exactly right. Oh, dear. And the woman just got knocked right down.
Yes, I sure did.
And it's kind of funny because I openly laughed.
Yeah.
Just because that's what I do. I laugh at other people's misfortune. And now, luckily, the lady wasn't hurt. She wasn't gored or anything.
Yeah.
She's just on her butt. On her butt in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Joe Biden pardoning Hunter.
Yeah.
So it turns out, Joan, that Joe Biden has pardoned 3 turkeys.
Ah.
Very good.
Come on, man. Come on.
Very good.
Okay.
That was comedy.
That was some fine comedy right
Radio
there.
gold.
You know what? I'm going to tell that same joke to Chris Hand because I made Chris Hand genuinely laugh on Friday, on whatever day it was, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Or was it Tuesday? Whenever it was, when I was dropping down the James Carville sound bites.
Yeah, it was Wednesday, the day from hell.
That was the day from hell when Mason was it 2 hours late? 2 hours, John?
Yeah.
Is it 2 hours late?
2 hours, yes.
New record.
I think what we need to do is here on Nashville's Morning News, let's go ahead and crowdsource not a new lawnmower for Johnny, but a big old alarm clock for Mason.
The size of Big Ben.
The size of Big Ben. It'll wake up not only Mason, but the entire block.
And one that stays like on the other side of his room, not next to his bed.
Mm-hmm.
That one will go off, but this one is at the other end of the room, so he's got to get up and hit the alarm.
That's exactly right.
And it's not just Mason. It seems like everybody that works that shift has
9 to
trouble.
12. We have had the biggest issue with 9 to 12ers.
Yeah, they
for a long time.
And I've heard every excuse from I had to walk the dog to I forgot to give Bill the info. I was going to be out of town.
Yes. Yes.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so I can't avoid this any longer. I've got to talk about what happened on
What'd you do on Wednesday?
Number one, I opened the show. If you remember, on Wednesday, I just got done with 5 hours of red eye, and then I came on and somehow said it was Friday.
Yeah.
So putting all that aside, I had said that I had never seen planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yes, you did say that.
Yeah.
Amy reminded me that I have actually seen planes, trains, and automobiles.
Talk about grandma.
And clearly it didn't make much of an impression.
Really?
On me.
Wasn't one of your favorites.
No, she's like, John Candy, Steve Martin. And she actually, you know what she told me? She actually told me that I cried at the end.
Oh.
Now, I find that hard to believe.
I can believe it.
But if you've seen, well, then how do I not remember it, Johnny?
I don't know, Dan.
You know what's happening? You know what's happening in my family? They're worried because they think that I'm losing my ever-loving mind.
And I think
it's like I couldn't remember Jameson's name, my grandson. Remember at the event when now I can't remember seeing planes, trains, and automobiles. So my family is like, he's finally lost it.
Let's write Dan a note.
So Amy's like, what the hell are you talking? You've seen planes, trains, and automobiles. I don't know, man.
That's happened to me, though. I've watched movies, and I'll go, oh, I've already seen this one.
So now, of course, you know what I have to deal with at home is 30 days of Freeform. Now, if you don't know what happens on Freeform, it's like a cable channel.
Oh, yeah,
and they show nothing but Christmas movies for like 30 days. And so you've got like every single overrated Christmas movie that is out there. Like, for example, you guys ready to fight? Home Alone. Home Alone is the most overrated Christmas movie ever. And I know that Donald Trump is in it. That was the best part.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Other than that,
forgot.
I'm not a big Home Alone fan.
Well, they had so many of them, too. You had Home Alone 2 and 3.
Did they have a 3?
I think they did have at least 4.
No.
I think they did.
Was Macaulay Culkin in all 4?
I don't think so.
No wonder he was on drugs.
I don't think so. Hung out with Michael Jackson.
That's what it is.
There are a lot of movies
Michael
like
and the Monkey.
You know, the one I don't get.
There's 4. There are 4 Home Alones.
That's what I thought.
The last one was made in 2002.
You know what we need to do?
Do you know Home Alone was made in 1990?
Yeah.
You know, they need to come up with a Home Alone 5. You can come home again or go home again. And you got Macaulay Culkin and his son. Like they somehow go back to Chicago. And you've got the 2 bad guys, Joe Pesci and that other guy.
Yeah, Joe
Daniel,
Pesci was good.
whatever his name is.
Was.
And they get out of prison.
Daniel Stern.
They get out of prison and they go after Macaulay Culkin's son. Or they go after Macaulay Culkin and the family. So, Hollywood, you're welcome. Home Alone, you can go home again.
There you go.
And actually, I talk about fake news. There's another one that was made in 2012 called Home Alone: The Holiday, and another one that was made in 2021 called Home Alone, Home Sweet Home Alone.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Good Lord!
It just keeps going.
What's the one with Bette Midler? There's a movie, Bette Midler Christmas movie. And, it's not Family Jewels. Hocus Pocus. Oh, for the love of all that is holy.
Oh, that is the worst.
Amy loves... See, here's my problem at home.
I'm so sorry.
Is that things that Amy loves, I hate.
Yeah.
And so she loves Bette Midler and Hocus Pocus. And Hocus Pocus, I guess there's a second one, too. She just, like, it plays on repeat on Freeform.
Yeah.
And so every time I either come upstairs from the basement or downstairs from my room, one of these god-awful Christmas movies is on. and I can't escape it. I also can't escape, all of the really bad Christmas music that's out there.
Yeah, that will drive you insane. And the one that really drives me insane, and I know a lot of you people out there like this movie, but it doesn't deserve a 24-hour showing. A Christmas Story.
Oh, yeah.
Good gosh, man.
You know who loves A Christmas Story?
Who's that?
Is
Chris
Hand.
I know it.
He cannot get enough. He's like wants to. I guess you can go stay in the Christmas Story house.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he's talking about doing that.
Okay.
So there you go.
And he's going to get the BB gun and
he's going to shoot his eye out.
Chris is going to go lick a pole at the Christmas Story.
I mean, I don't know, man. Not 24 hours worth. No thanks.
Nah.
5:52.
Sorry, TNT.
All right, so the jokes I need to tell Chris Hand. He's going to go lick a pole in Chicago. That's where Ohio, I think, is where the Christmas Story house is. And Joe Biden pardoned not 2, but 3 turkeys over the last.
Johnny, get the fake laughter, the canned laughter thing going, because we're going to need it.
Yes, we are.
All right.
You guys really don't find that funny? You know what? Okay, here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tweet that joke out and see if I'm going to tweet it. I'm going to post it on X right now and see if people actually share it.
There you go.
Okay.
And see if I can make it go viral.
So turn to social media.
We can also just ask the super texters. I mean,
yeah. What'd you think?
No, they hate everything I do. So, should I do a video telling the joke, or should I just type it out?
This is what we need, Dan. We need you at Zany's. We need a night with Dan Mandis at Zany's.
All right. So should I do a video of it, or should I just
definitely video?
Yes.
You want me to definitely video it?
TikTok it.
Yeah, like a TikTok.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is going to be bad. I can already tell, because you two want me to do it. 5:53, and Joe Jones has the news at 6. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, you don't need to really stock up the pantry for this one, but we are going to see a little bit of snow today. Details on that coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 27 degrees right now. Maybe a little bit of snow on the way. That's coming up in just a moment. President Biden caught the nation by surprise last night, announcing a sweeping pardon for his son, Hunter.
The pardon comes after Hunter spent Thanksgiving in Nantucket with his father, and just days before he was due to be sentenced in two separate federal cases. One case involving a felony charge for buying a gun in 2018, the other stemming from his guilty plea on tax evasion charges. Each could have carried years in prison.
About 42 years in total. That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert there. We'll have more with Dan all throughout the morning on this. An 18-year-old woman was shot to death outside the Honey Pot Bar and Lounge on Murfreesboro Pike early Sunday morning. Now police are trying to find those shooters. Witnesses say the occupants of two cars were engaged in a heated argument when the shooting began. Ashley Dominguez was killed and two other 19-year-old women were injured. This neighbor says the shooting took him by surprise.
This is actually a good area to be in. You know, I really don't hear too much violence, but to hear that, it's tragic.
Police have interviewed several people. They said the investigation remains active. The chokehold trial for Marine veteran Daniel Penny comes to a close soon. Jurors in that New York City trial will hear arguments from Penny's lawyers today.
During the trial, a forensic pathologist that was hired by Daniel Penny's team did dispute the ruling from the medical examiner's office that this chokehold did kill Jordan Neely. We are expecting to hear from his legal team in just a short time, and jurors will then decide Penny's fate.
That's ABC's Phil Tate. Jordan Neely was threatening other riders in a subway car when Penny put him in a chokehold. Penny pleaded not guilty. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. Investors are looking ahead to this week's employment data, as strong jobs numbers Friday could further diminish hopes for another interest rate cut this year. Stock futures this morning showed the major indexes headed for a lower opening. November, though, was a month for the record books on the trading floor. The S&P climbed 5 3/4 points. The Nasdaq Composite rose 6.2%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average surged 7.5% in November. Stellantis is looking for a new leader following the sudden resignation of its CEO. Carlos Tavares is leaving the maker of Jeep, Fiat, and Peugeot cars 2 months after the company issued a profit warning on its 2024 results. Americans made a trip to the movies as part of their Thanksgiving celebrations. Moana 2, Wicked, and Gladiator pushed the 5-day Thanksgiving holiday to its biggest haul in cinematic history, an estimated $420 million in domestic box office. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Dow futures this morning down 32, the Nasdaq futures falling 29, and the S&P futures are down 8 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up here. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. At the North Loop, I-65, southbound lanes at the exit 86A and B, there's a crash and the two right lanes are blocked off there. And a crash on Almaville Road, northbound, is now clear under I-24, still causing a lot of delays, though. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It's Nashville's Morning News. Very cold Monday, December 2nd. Hope you are doing well. Want to welcome on into the program Jonathan Fahy. Jonathan, of course, used to work within the Trump administration. Sorry about that, Jonathan. Within the Trump administration, former federal prosecutor for many years as well. Jonathan, always great to have you on the program. There's a couple of things that are like right up your alley as someone who, again, used to work within the Trump administration. And, of course, you are also very much of a legal analyst. People see you on Fox Business with Maria Bartiromo and so forth. So when I saw that that Joe Biden had pardoned not 2, but now 3 turkeys over the holiday with the pardoning of Hunter Biden, I had to get your reaction to it.
Yeah, I think it's I'm really happy about this in the fact I predicted it. So I'm just happy about one of my predictions occasionally ends up being right. But I think everyone kind of knew this was coming, that he had to get through the campaign, even when it was Kamala's campaign, and had to lie about this. But no one really trusted Joe Biden, I think, generally. But I think what's really funny about this, I think he should have just pardoned him and said, he's my son, he's, changed his ways, and that's my prerogative. Instead, he went against and started tearing down the entire justice system and saying it was a political prosecution, which kind of, it's a fun irony because they had previously been saying, oh, the justice system isn't political. It's impossible to be corrupted because everyone there is so morally pure. And that's what Merrick Garland, has been saying consistently. So now when Donald Trump's saying it's political, they can't come back to that and say, no, it's not. There's nothing political about this. So it really is funny that he should have just said, he's my son. I have a prerogative as president. Anyone else would do it too. I'm pardoning him. But it was weird that he went down that road.
Well, yeah, sort of like, you know what, deal with it. And here's the other point that I would make is that, okay, so if all of that is the case, if this is, they were out to get my son and this was highly unusual and this was a political hit job and all of these other things, well, then why didn't he do it earlier? I mean, that would be my question too. Okay, so you've said all this time that you're not going to pardon your son, then all of a sudden, Kash Patel is Donald Trump's pick to lead the FBI, and all of a sudden he chose this moment now to pardon his son.
Yeah, you're exact. That's a really good point. If he saw this was a political unfair prosecution, he could have, as not only as with the pardon power, but the ability to be in charge of the justice system, he could have cut this off at the knees. But he's the one that was saying that was legitimate during the process. I respect the system. I respect the jury. All of these things. So yeah, you're exactly right. It's like, if he really thought that, why didn't he say so? Because that's, your responsibility as the president, if you saw an unfair prosecution, you think would be that's being done by your administration would be to step in and stop it.
One of the things that people are saying is that, this sets a dangerous precedent. Well, this has been precedent for a long time. outgoing or lame duck presidents. I mean, this is part of what they do. We know that Bill Clinton, he famously pardoned his brother way back when. And you've got other examples as well, obviously. And so, for me, and you're right, you and I talked about this really wasn't that big of a surprise, but they are talking about how you could sort of connect this to the J6ers now. People are saying, oh, this gives Trump, the opportunity and the precedent to pardon all of the J6ers. Well, he could have done that anyway, and he can do that anyway. I mean, but perhaps now, though, this gives him even more justification if that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think he is going to pardon them, but it certainly gives him a lot more political cover from the left that wants to go apoplectic when he does it. It's like, wait, these were political prosecutions. I'm rectifying a wrong, just like Biden said he did. And yeah, I think he will do it almost immediately. My guess is, the batch of people that didn't, commit any acts of violence and just wandered around the Capitol, those cases are going to be gone almost immediately. But yeah, I think it really does. He would do it anyway, but it gives him additional cover and takes away a lot of ammunition from the left. And it's going to be fun watching them, just break down after basically the DOJ has spent the past, 3.5 years as their only mission has been to prosecute J6ers, leaving, communities to suffer with, higher crime rates and everything else. So it is going to be kind of funny watching their 4 years of work just be washed away with a bunch of pardons.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump giving sort of an indication as to what he's going to do. He sent out this post on social media. Does the pardon given by Joe to Hunter include the J6 hostages who have now been imprisoned for years? Such an abuse and miscarriage of justice. So ultimately, I think this does give Trump that justification. With the pardoning of Hunter, the other thing I think, though, just to look at this from a slightly different perspective, is that Joe Biden doing this saves Donald Trump the constant questions about whether or not he would pardon Hunter Biden if Trump would do it. Because remember, that was also a big conversation a while back from the media was to Donald Trump, will you pardon Hunter Biden? And so this sort of saves Trump all of that drama.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it also saves, it gives Biden takes away credit that Trump would have gotten because he would have looked magnanimous.
Yep.
Pardoning Hunter. So Biden and none of the Democrats wanted Trump to get that credit, for doing so, because there was nothing during this entire Biden administration that ever showed any ability to be magnanimous with the Trump supporters or any of these things. It was all political. You have Steve Bannon, you have Peter Navarro, you have all of these people that shouldn't have been prosecuted and were put through the ringer and go into prison. And it's like, yeah, I think they wanted to deprive Trump the ability to try to unify the nation, which, again, is so cynical on Biden's part. He had 4 years and all he did was divide people.
Yep, you're absolutely right. The other thing, though, that I find interesting, and your role as an attorney is critical to this. I got to go check the traffic, but I'm going to ask you about the fact that, okay, so if, Kash Patel ends up leading the FBI, Pam Bondi leads as Attorney General, then if they decide to take a closer look at the Biden crime family overall, well, this actually, could this sort of be an inroad for that investigation, because now Hunter cannot plead the fifth. And so he can go in and he can, I'm assuming, testify if they subpoena him. I'm going to ask you about that coming up. It is 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Cloudy today, high of 39. Snow showers as well. Right now, 24 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan Fahy is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline, and we're talking about, as he's our legal analyst, the legal implications of Joe Biden pardoning his son Hunter. So what do you think about that? I did mention this during my monologue that there's some people that are saying that, well, he can't plead the fifth now. Hunter can't plead the fifth. You've got James Biden, Joe Biden's brother, that is also accused of being, chest deep in all of this, political malfeasance, if you will, the influence peddling and the rest of it. So, and then, of course, all roads, I believe, would lead to Joe Biden. So is this an inroads for the incoming FBI director and attorney general as well to take a look at maybe a closer look and maybe start going after other Bidens?
Yeah, I mean, that's that's an interesting point, and I think a good point. If they want to sort of get to the bottom, and it depends, again, on a world of where you want your resources spent, because I think the Biden administration, in hindsight, would look back and say maybe going all January 6th all the time wasn't a good move. But, yeah, I think it really would be because, once he's pardoned, and he had such a broad pardon that basically covered any conduct from like 2014 until now. So they could go in there, put him in the grand jury, compel him to testify. If he lies, they could charge him with perjury, and then he could be, be prosecuted and convicted of that. So his pardon doesn't cover that. If he refuses to testify, he could be held in contempt, which you've seen with Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon setting the precedent of prosecuting and putting people in jail for that. So, yeah, it could be a way to compel him to get to the bottom of it, because there is some societal, whether or not, anyone goes to jail, there is some value in finding out, like, what the heck's been going on with this family, because it just shows something really dirty about politics, that you get at a certain level of politics and everyone in your family miraculously becomes far richer than any ability that they would ordinarily have, with both Hunter with his drug problem, his brother, I don't know how rich he is, but it's like the amount of money this family was making for something that no one could ever actually pinpoint what they actually do for the money. Most people, that earn a lot of money, people can at least say, well, they do this particular work. So it would be very interesting to say what the heck was going on here, because it does show something really ugly about our politics, that what's been going on with the Biden family.
Well, yeah, and, the charges against him, the convictions against him, gun charges, falsifying that form, and tax evasion as well. But Biden, for people that are just joining us, the pardon goes all the way back to 2014, which is exactly when Hunter, went to go work for Burisma. So that is obviously something that people are saying, well, what Joe Biden is doing with this particular pardon is he is really giving cover to the entire Biden family. Now, moving on from there. What do you think of Kash Patel to lead the FBI? The left and the media, I've got some audio from MSNBC. Heads are literally exploding over Kash Patel. You worked in the Trump administration, first term, first go-round. What were your thoughts on Kash Patel? I mean, I like him personally. He does seem to have the experience needed to lead the FBI, but, what's your take?
Yeah, I don't know him personally, but I do think, on paper he has the experience. When people are like, this pick is, ridiculous, and it's like, well, he was a former federal prosecutor. He has experience in the intelligence community. He certainly has all the requisite experience. People view him as a lightning rod, and I think that's something that's going to make it hard for him to be confirmed. But I think what's puzzling, I guess not really puzzling, but what I think about the left when they're going crazy about this is like they never take a moment to say, hey, what we've been doing hasn't been appropriate. No one will ever say like, hey, maybe we shouldn't have formed task force to go after moms at school board meetings. Like they never take any moment of self-reflection. So the fact that Donald Trump is taking somebody outside of this sort of Washington circle or the accepted establishment circle shouldn't surprise them, because the establishment hasn't been doing a very good job as caretakers of these institutions. Chris Wray had many opportunities to stand up to this administration and instead always deferred. You think of the border, you think of, my understanding was the FBI didn't want, and this is just reading it in the press, but didn't want to do the search warrant in Mar-a-Lago, but Maine DOJ pressed that. Maybe he could have pressed back harder and said, hey, let's just do a consensual search. We don't need to always ratchet things up. So, I think it's a reaction to what's been going on there. I think it's going to be it's going to be challenging to get him confirmed. And, that's something that I think is interesting. And also you have to weigh out when you're the president, how much capital do you put into each one of these picks? But I think it really is just a reflection of what's been going on, and this shouldn't be tolerated. And Donald Trump's been the victim of all of this stuff going on in the FBI. So he's been personally affected by it. It's not just like, a lot of us as outsiders are like, well, this is bad. It's been bad for him because, he's been the victim, and also his people around him have been, put in prison, have to rack up lawyer fees, going bankrupt and stuff like that. So it's very personal for him. So he wants somebody that he could trust in there. So that's what makes sense about the pick. But ultimately, where does it make it through? I don't know. I think it's probably the most challenging one he has now on his plate.
Yeah, and you talk about the lack of really self-awareness from the intelligence community and from the media as well, because the same people whose heads are exploding are the same ones that said the laptop from hell was Russian disinformation was when it wasn't, whether we're talking about media outlets or people, members of the intelligence community. So you're right. What we have currently is not working. And their kind of thinking has led us to where we are today, which, over the last 3.5, 4 years, we've had wide open borders, a politicized DOJ. We've had rising crime, of course, and the rest of what we all dealt with during the Biden administration. So, yeah, what we currently are doing, have been doing, isn't working. So, yeah, I think, incoming President Donald Trump, he needs to do what he needs to do to get the folks in his administration and his cabinet that he needs to do the job. And I will say, I'm not sure where Senator Marsha Blackburn is. I'm reasonably certain she'll be for Kash Patel. I know that Senator Bill Hagerty has already come out and said that he would vote to confirm Kash Patel. And as always, Jonathan Fahy, always appreciate you being on with us here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN 622. On Nashville's Morning News. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Follow me on X if you would, and that is at Dan Mandis Show. I'm also on Facebook at Dan Mandis Show as well. And by the way, Joan and Johnny, I did go ahead and I X'd out. I posted my big joke that I came up with all by myself. It turns out Joe Biden has pardoned not 2, but 3 turkeys, because Hunter Biden is the 3rd turkey. I went ahead and I tweeted that out, and I also posted it on Facebook. And I think so far I've had, after 20 minutes, I've had 5 shares.
Ah, and you even told it to Jonathan Fahy.
He didn't laugh.
I noticed
that.
Yeah,
he went right over that.
He just, it's like, you know what? Don't even acknowledge the train wreck. Just move right along. I actually painfully did notice that. So maybe that's not as funny as I think.
Maybe it's your execution.
Maybe it's my execution.
It's not the joke itself. It's how you execute.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's always been my problem, to be honest with you. Anyway, 624 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. I've been a Beehive member for years with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. So I can tell you from personal experience that this is the best HVAC company out there. How good are they? Every single month, they have new ways to save you money. Now, what they've done here in December, they've decided to extend that massive special. They've got a limited number of 14 SEER, 1 and 1.5 to 3 half-split heat pumps for only $6,995. Now, they're also offering a $69 mainline camera inspection to make sure that your drain pipes are cleaned out and in good condition. And they've got a customer appreciation Christmas offer going on right now. You get a $500 gift card after you install a whole home main water line replacement, a whole home drain line replacement, or a whole home water or drain repipe. So many different ways to save on these Christmas deals from Busy Bee, enough to warm your heart this holiday season. They are your Rude Pro partner. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybehvac.com. 625, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we're hearing that there's a little snow headed our way. So when will it get here and how is it going to affect the roads? Well, that all's coming up for you at the top, at 6:30 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Good morning, 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. Mother Nature is showing up here in the Nashville area this afternoon. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro says we'll get a little bit of snow today, is anywhere from flurries to snow showers, and it'll come just in time for the evening rush.
So this evening, things like interstates and main roads, those should be okay. I'd watch overpasses and bridges, maybe some of those secondary roads in the higher elevations as well. That could have just a couple of slick spots.
We've got more in the forecast coming up in just a moment here. A Long Island, New York family pleaded with President Biden to do more to free the hostages being held by Palestinians, believing that their son was among them. They have just learned that their son is not alive.
Omer Nutra is an Israeli and U.S. citizen, is an IDF soldier who was kidnapped during the October 7th attacks last year. Now, according to Israeli media, it had been believed Nutra was alive and being held hostage. However, the IDF just now says he was killed in a battle with terrorists during the Hamas attack, and his body was taken from the Gaza border.
ABC's Reagan Medji there. Nutra would have been 24 years old this year. His body currently still in Gaza. And a pilot spotted a house on fire while flying over an area in Franklin County over the weekend, and he called for help. When crews arrived, they did find that home fully engulfed in flames, and they had to rescue someone from that home. That person was flown to a burn unit. Crews were able to put out the fire. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather still to come here. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, in East Nashville this morning, Ellington Parkway southbound before Spring Street, it's a crash that blocks off the right lane. Also, North Loop, I-65 southbound, just past I-24. I-65 north, that's exit 86, A and B. There is a crash also blocking the right lane. And then West Nashville, Charlotte Pike, an accident at I-40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather today, cloudy, high of 39, snow showers by this afternoon. Right now, really, really cold at 24 degrees. EJ Antoni is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. EJ, always great to have you on. Big news, of course, over the weekend. Not really a surprise, but President-elect Donald Trump talking about a 25% tariff against Mexico and Canada. Goods coming in from Mexico and Canada will be imposing a 25% tariff. This, of course, tied to illegal immigration. And we all know that illegal aliens are coming across the southern border, northern border as well. So let's talk a little bit about this because, I mean, personally, for me, tariffs, I mean, this seems like a good idea. You've got other people, though, that just absolutely freak out over tariffs because what they're saying is that this will be like a tax on the American people. So I call you, EJ Antoni, financial analyst with the Heritage Foundation. You've also seen EJ on Fox News Business. EJ, what do you think? Is this going to lead to higher prices?
Well, Dan, one of the things I don't understand is why people, especially economists, make this big distinction between tariffs and between other types of taxes. Why, for example, are we only free trade when it comes to international trade? Why are we not free trade when it comes to domestic trade? And so that's why I really like this idea of pairing these tariffs with reductions in domestic taxes. In other words, we're going to reduce things like the federal income tax in exchange for these tariffs. So at the end of the day, I don't see why you would see any change in terms of what Americans are actually having to pay. So what I mean by that is, okay, you're going to pay a little bit more for something that you buy overseas, except you have more money with which to pay for it.
So it'll all balance out, is what you're saying.
Right, exactly. Again, we make this false distinction between different types of taxes, but if you're just going to raise an extra dollar over here and raise an extra dollar less over there, at the end of the day, it's a wash.
Have we ever seen, EJ Antoni, have we ever seen a sort of a tit for tat, if you will? So in this instance, you've got President-elect Trump saying, yo, Mexico, we got all these illegal aliens coming across our southern border. If you don't close the border, if you don't help us stem the tide, we are going to impose a 25% tariff against your goods coming into America. Is that common? Maybe it is, and I just don't know.
No, it's really not common, and this is where you have to give President Trump credit. Love him or hate him, he has figured out how to essentially weaponize the purchasing power of the American consumer. And so if you can threaten but not actually have to go through with these tax increases, that's even better. Now, remember before we were just saying, like, all right, you can raise a dollar over here and have a dollar less over there. What's great about these tariffs is the fact that the tax incidence, in other words, who actually pays the tariffs, is not exclusive to just the American people. What we saw during the first Trump administration, for example, was about 81 cents out of every dollar in tariffs that was put in place was not paid for by Americans in the form of higher prices. It was paid for by Chinese producers in the form of lower profits. And so they basically had to just eat the cost of the tariff. They couldn't pass it all on to the American people. That's basically what we're seeing right now. Trading partners like Mexico and Canada, the vast majority of their exports come here to the United States. Only a few percent, it's single digits of our exports go to places like Mexico or Canada. And so if you want to get into some kind of tariff battle with those countries, they're going to lose. We would literally put them into recession if we got into a trade war with those countries. And meanwhile, America would do just fine.
Well, listen, EJ, you've been watching Donald Trump for a long time and in your role as an economist. And so part of my question would be, all right, so we know that Trump, it is the art of the deal. And so he knows that we want less illegal immigration. And so to Trump, I mean, this is what he does. This is part of the whole discussion of negotiation.
Oh, absolutely. And, sure enough, literally within hours of him making this announcement that we're going to slap these massive tariffs on Canada and Mexico, within hours, Justin Trudeau is on the phone begging him not to. And not even a day later, he's down in Mar-a-Lago kissing the ring.
Yeah.
So they're already starting to capitulate. And, sure enough, Mexico took a very belligerent tone at first. But then in subsequent phone calls, all of a sudden, they're beginning to bend the knee too. Again, because they all realize what we just said, the fact that we have all the leverage when it comes to international trade with Mexico and Canada. We hold all the cards.
You talked about, Mexico is our largest trading partner. And one of the concerns you talked about, a trade war between Mexico, Canada, and the United States, where, so we're going to throw a 25% tariff against Mexico and Canada. They could, in turn, put tariffs on our goods leaving America, our exports, and heading into Mexico and Canada. So, but you say that really wouldn't have a massive impact on our economy?
Right. Again, that has to do with just the limited amount of sales, if you want to call it that we send to Mexico, that we send to Canada. Look at it this way. Imagine if one person decided, I'm going to boycott Walmart. I'm not going to buy from them anymore. Would Walmart even notice? Now, that's an extreme example, right? It'd be a little worse for America, to lose a lot of its exports to Mexico or to Canada, but it would not be devastating. It would not have anywhere near the impact if you reverse it. In other words, if Mexico all of a sudden exported a heck of a lot less to the U.S. It's the difference between a blip on the radar or a recession.
Well, Trump, I mean, you and I both know, because we've talked about it many times, EJ Antoni, is that Trump loves his tariffs, and he's always loved his tariffs. And he, he's talking about a 10% tariff to Chinese products as well. And so when you start talking about the Chinese products and the 10% tariff on those, is China in a better position to negotiate than, say, for example, Mexico and Canada?
I don't think they are, and for a couple of reasons. And it's not just a matter of who buys more, from the other person, but there's a lot of other politics at work here. There's different international factors, geopolitical factors. I really don't think China is actually in that great of a position. Their biggest asset that they have is 1 billion people. Yeah. But outside of that, I mean, they really don't have too many advantages over the United States, and so they don't actually have that much leverage either. We forget that almost all of the economic data coming out of China is just absolute junk. You can't trust any of it. A great example of that is when they talk about how much they're exporting, except if you look at all of the nations to which they export that actually have reliable economic data, you can add up everything they're buying from China and you realize, wait a second, these figures don't match, not by a long shot. In other words, I think China is in a much weaker position economically than we give them credit for. Yet again, another example of how America really holds the cards in this negotiating relationship.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff that the Xi Jinping sends out, a lot of that is sort of propaganda, if you will, because he doesn't want to lose face with the Chinese people. EJ Antoni is joining us. EJ, I'm going to ask you, what is it that Trump is looking for from China as far as these tariffs goes? And so we're going to talk about that, some tax policy as well. 6:45, though, time to check the roads on WTN. Cloudy today, a high of 39. Snow showers by this afternoon. Right now, 24 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so EJ, what is Trump and the Chinese, and when they talk about a 10% tariff for Chinese products coming into America, what does Trump want from China?
Well, one of the things that he wants them to do is to stop manipulating markets. They need to stop subsidizing their own industries, where the government essentially gives all of this money to manufacturers so that they can produce things insanely cheap, cheaper than anybody else, and then they dump that product onto markets like the United States, and all of a sudden all of our manufacturers start going out of business. They're also engaging, and this has been going on for decades, they're also engaging in a lot of currency manipulation where they purposely devalue their own currency, the renminbi. And the reason for that is because then it makes it a lot cheaper for Americans to buy Chinese goods. Now, it causes all other kinds of problems, but in the short term, at least, it helps their manufacturing base and hurts ours. And so Trump essentially wants to make sure they put an end to all of those types of practices that are essentially hollowing out America's industrial base to the benefit of the Chinese Communist Party.
Well, don't forget, stealing our intellectual property. EJ, you and I could go on and on about China. When it comes to Trump and tax policy, when he comes into office, takes that oath of office on January 20th, we know that the president in the past, in his first term, he really simplified a tax policy. And so I guess part of what I'm curious about is, what do you see him with now that we know the new makeup of Congress? We have the majority in the Senate and the House, and we will have the White House as well. So given what we know about the majorities in the House and the Senate, have the White House, what do you see President Trump being able to accomplish as far as tax policy goes?
Great question. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a whole lot of appetite in Congress for real tax reform. So I think the best we can do is just basically extend the current tax cuts that were put in place at the end of 2017. Now, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. I just wish it, could be even better. I wish we could get the tax rates even lower for people, because not only would that mean people paying a lower tax rate, but it would also help spur even more economic activity. Unfortunately, though, it looks like the margins are just going to be too thin in Congress, and we're just going to have too many rhinos in place who aren't really going to be willing to go along with the program. Now, that being said, there's a tremendous amount that the president can do just on his own. There's a tremendous amount that the incoming Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, can do working with the president. And so I'm still very, very hopeful that they'll be able to get a lot done. I just don't think we're going to be able to simplify the tax code quite as much as we saw the first go around. But hey, maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised.
Rewind a little bit, EJ, very quickly. So Trump, the 25% tariff against Mexico, tying it to illegal immigration. Has the president-elect actually given any benchmarks that Mexico needs to hit in order for him to lower that tariff threat?
I wouldn't say anything solid in terms of this is the percentage decrease in fentanyl we want crossing our borders. Now, maybe that's because the president, for him, the only acceptable threshold there is 0. I'm not quite sure. But that could also be part of the whole negotiating tactic. I'm going to come in here with these wild demands and then meet you somewhere in the middle, which is probably where I wanted to meet you to begin with. But again, I have to approach it from one extreme in order to kind of move that Overton window.
Yeah, listen, EJ, you and I both know that is what Donald Trump does. And as always, appreciate you joining us here on Nashville's Morning News. EJ Antoni talking about over the weekend, big news, of course, before the pardoning of Hunter Biden and some of the other things that have taken place now here in the last day or so. But very big news with President Trump threatening a 25% tariff against not only Mexico, but Canada as well, and that 10% tariff against Chinese products as well. So very big news. Part of what I have come to expect, and you folks know me, I've been on WTN for a long time. Part of what I naturally expect is the media to always, no matter what Donald Trump does, it's always going to be hair on fire, right? Always going to be hair on fire. But that's why I have people like EJ Antoni on to sort of go through this in a very methodical kind of way and talk about it and just, let people know that what you're seeing on CNN and MSNBC and a lot of the mainstream media, there's always going to be two different ways to look at a story. There's the hair on fire, like most of the media. Anytime Donald Trump does anything, they hate it. And they'll call Donald Trump all kinds of names. But then the reality is that once Trump actually does what he says he's going to do, there's oftentimes people take a step back and they say, well, you know what? That wasn't nearly as bad as we thought that it would be. 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News. I, myself, am really looking forward to the second Trump presidency. 6:51, and Joan Jones is in the newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, a Murfreesboro family is racing to save their 13-year-old son, and they're asking for your help. Also, the U.S. Postal Service has suspended operations with one country. We'll tell you why. Those stories, 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. Big news from my friends at DT McCall's. Listen, if you've been thinking about buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is the time to buy it, because at DT McCall's, gun safes are sales tax free at DT McCall's. Now, they're the largest Liberty safe dealer here in the state of Tennessee because of that free delivery and free setup. Now, other places, they're going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models and $300 for smaller models. But at DT McCall & Sons, they deliver every safe for free, every time, period, and no setup charge either. Now, security, it is important these days, and a Liberty gun safe from DT McCall's can be used for valuables and cash and jewelry, important documents, wills and deeds, you name it, it can be used from this Liberty gun safe at DT McCall's. So save big bucks right now on that Liberty gun safe when you shop at your local DT McCall's. They've got 5 across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Well, hello there. It is 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got your forecast containing a little bit of snow. It's coming up in a moment. For months, President Biden swore that he would not pardon his son, Hunter. And then President-elect Trump announced his selection to head up the FBI, and that stance changed. With just weeks left in office, President Biden is now protecting his only living son with a sweeping pardon. ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce.
President Biden clearly did not want to leave his son's fate in the hands of Trump's Justice Department. Now, in a statement and a post, Trump says the pardon is the abuse and miscarriage of justice here, while in a statement, his spokesman argues the president's move underscores Trump's claims that the Justice Department has been weaponized, saying, quote, that must be fixed, and saying that is what Trump intends to do when he returns to the White House.
And we've got more on this throughout the morning with Dan Mandis. Locally, a Murfreesboro family is racing against time to find a kidney donor for their 13-year-old son who is in stage 4 kidney failure. Levin Wilson is his name. He received a cadaver kidney transplant earlier this year, but that kidney is failing. His dad, Elijah, tells Channel 4 no one in his family qualifies as a donor.
Do you have faith that you will find someone?
I gotta have faith. It's the only thing that can save my son.
Now, Levin's donor needs to be under the age of 40 with O-positive blood. There is an Angel Link fundraiser for Levin Wilson where you can also find out more information about how to test to become a donor. Shoppers who didn't find what they were looking for at the mall over the weekend will be logging on today to take advantage of Cyber Monday deals. At the same time, scammers are hoping to take advantage of those shoppers.
Fraudsters know that billions will be spent on this Cyber Monday and that millions of consumers will be waiting for deliveries. So scammers send out mass text messages that purport to come from the post office, saying that a package is waiting for delivery, except that
they said I needed to enter my credit card information to get it re-delivered, and I did it one time.
Soon, Sage Owens saw suspicious activity.
I immediately called and canceled the card.
The U.S. Postal Service says it does not send out that kind of text message. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Hey, if you're trying to ship packages or cards to Canada, they may not get there in time. That's because the United States Postal Service has suspended service to Canada. Workers for the Canadian version of the Postal Service are on strike. They have been since November 15th. The U.S. says it will not attempt to send any mail until the situation improves. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. We've got Dow futures down 30, but NASDAQ futures up 7. S&P futures are -2. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
It's a crash in West Nashville on Charlotte Pike at I-40, and then another one in East Nashville. This one is on Ellington Parkway southbound at Cleveland Street, and the right shoulder is blocked in that crash. And then in the West End area, 21st Avenue south at Blair Boulevard, a crash also there reported by police. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here along with Joan Jones and Johnny B. Let's go to our Kroger cam. People are freaking out. Get the milk, get the bread. It's
Don't
okay,
forget
folks.
the toilet paper.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that one.
Now fill up the cart with toilet paper. Come on.
There you go. Folks, it's only a dusting, and up on whatever that Cumberland Plateau thing is, we're going to be fine.
No, Dan, this is Tennessee. We cannot look at it that way.
It's not a big deal.
Oh, it is to us. We're scared. We might be trapped in our homes for a month.
No, we can't have that. I'm actually looking forward to it. I haven't seen snow in a minute, so I'm looking forward to it. I like the colder weather.
Wait a minute. We had snow last year.
Yes, Dan.
Yeah, Dan.
Well, I said a minute.
And then we had a couple of years ago, too. We all got stuck here for a week.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
I trust me, I remember that. I spent like 3 or 4 days in that hotel across the street.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, no, because of all the ice and all that.
Yeah, and it was
Wow.
frigid.
Yep.
As a northerner, last year when the snow came, I could not believe how much was closed down and for how long. Yes.
Everybody was freaking out. Everybody was going to Kroger.
Yes.
You don't understand, Joan. This is Tennessee. We get scared. Snow.
I get it. I mean, there's no, like, snow clearing operation or anything.
No, there's not.
Oh, no, there isn't.
I mean, maybe trapped in our homes for a month or two.
And then we have to deal with the potholes after the fact.
Oh, yeah. That's the best part right there.
It's the most wonderful
time of the year.
People are responding to our singing. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's that kind of comedy that keeps them coming back, folks.
Yeah, that's
you know it. Yeah.
That and the 3 turkeys pardon.
The 3 turkeys joke?
Yeah.
Listen, that's really taken off on the socials.
I bet it has.
Mhm. Now, for people who may have missed it, did you hear that Joe Biden now this holiday season has pardoned 3 turkeys, not just 2? #Hunter. Anyway, so
see, I understand your logic, Dan. You think if you tell it enough,
Right.
yes.
and
It'll wear on
eventually,
people.
Yeah, eventually people will.
If they give me just a chuckle or a share, I'm daring people to share it on social media. So if you follow me on X, I went ahead and I posted that joke. If you could, I'm daring you to share it. I dare to share.
Because if you do, he'll stop saying it. And please, dear God, we hope he stops saying it.
You know what? I might just say it again, Joan. Just for that.
At 7:38 and at 8:35.
All right, moving right along. Kash Patel. Will Kash Patel be leading the FBI? And you know what? Actually, the same audio bite pertains to Kash Patel as well. It's the media freaking out about Kash Patel leading the FBI. You should have heard MSNBC. Oh, my goodness gracious. So I think personally that Kash Patel is great to lead the FBI. Now, you may have heard this soundbite from Kash Patel. It is all over the place this morning after President-elect Trump has called for Kash to to lead the FBI. This is what he says about the FBI.
Then we need to decrease what I call government creep with personnel. The FBI's footprint has gotten so freaking big, and the biggest problem the FBI has come out of its intel shops. I'd break that component out of it. I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state. And I'd take the 7,000 employees that work in that building and send them across America to chase down criminals. Go be cops. You're cops. Go be cops. Go chase down murderers and rapists and drug dealers and violent offenders. What do you need 7,000 people there for? Same thing with DOJ. What are all these people doing here? Looking for their next government promotion, looking for their next fancy government title.
So, yeah, he wants to fundamentally transform the FBI and change its scope, change its size. And I get what he's trying to do. Now, the problem that Kash Patel has is that if he's actually, and that's a big if, I hope that he is confirmed, but if he's actually confirmed, then he's got to actually do what he's been saying that he wants to do. And we all know that sometimes it's easier to say things than to actually get those things done when you hit the bureaucracy that is involved. But here's the thing. The left keeps saying that he is not qualified. Well, he is qualified. A federal prosecutor at the DOJ. He was chief of staff to the U.S. Secretary of Defense during Trump's first term. He was with the U.S. National Security Council. He was senior advisor to the acting director of national intelligence, among many other things. And he was critical. And this is why the media doesn't like Kash Patel. He was critical in Donald Trump's defense against the accusations of Russian collusion against President Trump in his first term. So that's why they're freaking out about Kash Patel. He wants to basically, again, change the scope and the size and the focus of the FBI. Now, MSNBC, of course, this is what they do. They're using the same old tired line.
To me, Kash Patel, and I don't say this lightly, is the most dangerous nominee that we've seen yet to our democracy.
Just stop it. Just stop with the danger to democracy stuff, because it does get old. It does get old, and they don't realize that the more they use the term, he's a danger to democracy, he's a threat to democracy, the more people, I believe, they're just eye-rolling you, MSNBC.
And you might think that having Pete Hegseth running the military is a greater level of danger because of his lack of experience, or Tulsi Gabbard at intelligence. But just as far as the threats to democracy that we were warning about before the election, and Kash Patel was a key player inside the Trump White House, pushing for and orchestrating the coup attempt in 2020. He was trying to completely take control of the Justice Department at the time. He was Trump's top lieutenant who was willing to do anything and advance any lie in service of his attempt to overturn that last election.
Yeah, so that, of course, everything with the Democrats always goes back to January 6th. But here's the thing. And I'm not going to belabor January 6th, but, or the 2020 election, most people believe, if you look at the polling, most people believe that there was some form of cheating that went on during the 2020 election. And so for Kash Patel, Trump, this is a signal to the FBI that he understands that the FBI is absolutely corrupt. And by and large, the intelligence agencies. And the DOJ, Merrick Garland, the current attorney general, they're all corrupt. And now you've got Senator Bill Hagerty. He was asked about Kash Patel over the weekend on Meet the Press. I love this audio. It is coming up 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. $7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Cloudy today, a high of 39 with snow showers, but the temperature is going in the wrong direction. Johnny tells me it is now 23 degrees. So it came on the air as like 25 or 26, then it was 24. Now it's 23 degrees. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So everybody's freaking about Kash Patel and him being the person in charge of the FBI. That's who Donald Trump wants. He's got to go through all of the Senate confirmation hearings and all that. Our own Senator Bill Hagerty says he is all in on Kash Patel.
He represents the type of change that we need to see in the FBI. If you think about the failures of background checks that have taken place, how could we have somebody like Colin Kahl who tweeted out classified information? I went to the FBI myself. They ignored me. Basically, he was confirmed on a party line vote in the U.S. Senate with Kamala Harris, breaking the tie to put this person that should not even have a security clearance in the third most powerful position at DOD. You've got Rob Malley. I don't know how he cleared an FBI check. He's now under investigation. His ties to the Iranian influence regime that worked with him and for him. Ariane Talatabi, who is still at the DOD, should never clear an FBI background check. This entire agency needs to be cleaned out. It's not doing its job. And if you look at what happened, the politicization that took place back in 2016, when senior leaders of the FBI collaborated and conspired to try to keep President Trump out of office.
I mean, he's absolutely right. I mean, not only when you look at the people that have passed the background checks and are currently working within the administration that absolutely should not be there, and I've spoken about each and every one of those. I can't go through them all again, but here's the thing, is that there is a level of corruption within the FBI, and there's obviously an anti-Trump, anti-conservative bias within the FBI, most certainly at the top tier. And so Hagerty, he was on Meet the Press, and he says, absolutely, he stands by President-elect Trump's decision.
The FBI leadership worked together with big tech to censor the Hunter Biden laptop that allowed President Biden to basically, fool the American public and come into office. There are serious problems at the FBI. The American public knows it. They expect to see sweeping change, and Kash Patel is just the type of person to do it.
Well, I played you the audio. He wants to change the size and the scope and the focus of the FBI. You're a bunch of cops. And crime is out of control in all of these cities across America. So as Kash Patel says, go be cops. Now, he's not necessarily saying that we're not going to monitor what is going on domestically as far as, if we've got some super secret agents in here from like Russia or whatever it is, or China's got some bad guys in this country, then yeah, the FBI needs to figure all that stuff out. But the bottom line is we have issues in this country with crime and people coming into this country illegally that we need to solve. We need to solve the problem of illegal immigration. We need to solve the problem of rising crime. These are all things that we need to focus on. And so for Senator Hagerty and for a lot of these other senators that are more Trump aligned, they understand what's going on. They do. And so the big question is, okay, because this is what part of what people are saying. Well, if, you change the focus of the FBI and you just have them, focus on, I'm going to air quote this, street crime, well, then that means that we're going to have blind spots within the intelligence agencies. Well, here's the thing. I don't believe the FBI is working out real well right now. I mean, we can talk about all of those various intelligence agencies, including the FBI and people within the FBI that did go after Donald Trump for Russian collusion. That's why they don't like Kash Patel, because Kash Patel was right there in the trenches with Donald Trump saying, no, this whole Russian collusion nonsense and the investigation and all of these things that they try to do against Donald Trump, it was all just an attempt to neuter Donald Trump, accuse him of colluding with the Russians to try to hamper his presidency. That was part of their insurance policy. Let's mire him down on so many investigations that, you know what? The more investigations we can mire him down with, the less he'll be able, the less of his promises and his policies for the American people he'll be able to accomplish. And so, yeah, Senator Hagerty is absolutely right. Donald Trump deserves to have the people that he trusts in positions of power.
Okay, so I hear you saying you are a yes, and yet a lot of folks have raised questions about whether Patel is qualified. President-elect Trump floated the idea of Patel as his deputy FBI director at the end of his first term. His attorney general at the time, Bill Barr, rejected the idea, later writing this in his memoir, quote, Patel had virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency. Senator, how seriously do you take Barr's warnings?
Now, I want you to listen to Haggerty's answer. Then I want you to listen to Kirsten, meet the press. I forget her last name. But what she challenges Haggerty, and she says, you don't take his opinion seriously?
Listen, I think you should have the Biden administration look at itself. What is the qualification of Tony Blinken to become Secretary of State? Well, he organized 51 so-called intelligence experts to put together a fake letter saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. That must have qualified him to be Secretary of State. President Trump is entitled to name his appointees. That is exactly what he's doing, and I'm going to support this appointment. Cash has worked in national security. He's worked at the Department of Justice, and he's somebody that has been willing to uncover the wrongs at the FBI. He's the one that uncovered for the American public what happened with Russiagate. He's the one that can see through the fix here.
So, Senator, you are disregarding what Bill Barr, the former Attorney General under Donald Trump, is saying. His warnings that he just doesn't have the experience.
Just stop it, Kirsten Welker. Just stop it. He already answered. So you are disregarding. Yes, as a matter of fact, he is. And he should.
I'm saying there are people that are serving in the current administration that are woefully inexperienced.
Yep.
I think Cash does have relevant experience, particularly when it comes to the mandate the American public has signed of turning these agencies around that have become completely corrupted. Cash has pointed it out. He's probably the best at uncovering what's happened at the FBI, and I look forward to seeing him taking it apart.
So there you go. That is our own Senator Bill Haggerty. I have not seen Senator Marsha Blackburn. I have not seen her say anything about Kash Patel. I'm going to assume, though, that she is also approving of Kash Patel to lead the FBI. I personally, you have all these people, and I tweeted this out at Dan Mandis Show. I sent it out on X. I said, listen, you have all of the usual hand-wringers at MSNBC and CNN and all of these other places that are saying, oh, they're not qualified and they're not the right person for the job and they don't have the experience and, this just isn't the right person to lead whatever agency it is. And my response to all of that is, okay, as, you heard Senator Haggerty say, Antony Blinken, what was his experience? Lying to the American people about the laptop from hell. Arranging and organizing all of those intelligence officials that said that it was Russian disinformation when it wasn't. And so you have all of these people with all of this great government experience, and what have they done? What have they done over the last 4 years except screw up our country? With inflation rates over 9%, wide open borders, skyrocketing, and so forth. I mean, look what all of that experience has gotten us. So I think the Kash Patel, he is, in my opinion, I think President-elect Donald Trump, I think he is absolutely spot on. 615-737-9986 is the super text line. It is open, and it's 7:24 now. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
So what to expect from our weather as we await the first flurries of the season. Also, a shooting at a local after-hours club, and an 18-year-old woman has been killed. Those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thanks, Joan. 7:24. Friends, if you want to upgrade your home and save money, listen to this great deal from my friends at Window Nation. Now, they're offering an incredible discount on new windows right now. It is their amazing end-of-the-year sale, and it's a big one. Listen to this. Get 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 72 months. 72 months. That is 6 years with no interest, and you also get another 10% off. Now, look, it's getting colder. Don't we know it? If you have old and inefficient windows, then you've got your warm air inside. That air is leaking outside, and that cold air is coming in. You save on the new windows and heating bills with Window Nation. So give your home the gift of great windows for Christmas and check out the great savings with Window Nation. They can install your new windows in a day or less, and they come with a lifetime warranty. Now, don't forget that great deal. Get 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 72 months. That, again, 6 years with no interest, and you also get another 10% off. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Good morning. It's now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Your forecast is coming up, traffic as well, but want to let you know that we are expecting our first brush with winter later on today. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro says that you're not getting snowed in or missing any school for this event.
Most of the mid-state is in that passing flurries to maybe at most a dusting territory. Like I mentioned, it's the higher elevations of the plateau where we have the better opportunity for some accumulation.
You can expect the flurries to start flying right around dinner time today. In a surprise announcement last night, President Biden pardoned his son Hunter, coming one day after President-elect Trump announced longtime loyalist Kash Patel was his pick to head of the FBI. So with just weeks left in office, the president issued a sweeping pardon stretching over 10 years. ABC legal analyst Dan Abrams says that Biden could have chosen another option here.
There's an argument that he could have done something much more limited, granting him clemency. That would have meant the convictions stand, but with regard to a sentence, he doesn't get any jail time. There is no sentence.
In fact, the pardon covers an 11-year span starting in 2014 for any crimes that he committed or may have committed or taken part in. Hunter Biden was expected to be sentenced for gun and tax evasion crimes later this month. Metro Nashville police interviewing possible suspects, but they have not arrested anyone yet in the case of a shooting outside the Honeypot Bar and Lounge on Murfreesboro Pike early yesterday morning. Shots were fired into a car with 5 people inside, killing 18-year-old Ashley Dominguez and injuring 2 19-year-old women. Police say witnesses told them that a heated argument took place before shots were fired. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. By the way, EJ Host is coming up in mere moments here on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Now is the time to call my friends at Cove Generators. Now, if you've ever wanted a backup home standby generator, now is the time to do it with Cove Generators. Now, right now, they've got a great offer for you, a free 10-year warranty. That is well over $1,000 value, plus great financing options as well from Cove Generators. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer here in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators and never lose power again. 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311. You can always find them online, covegenerators.com.
Couple of trouble spots now. An accident in Jolton on 24. The eastbound lanes at New Hope Road. The shoulder is completely blocked off in that area. Traffic's pretty slow around it, too. Eastbound 40 at International Airport, exit 216A. An accident that blocks the right shoulder there. An accident involving injuries. This one's on 840 westbound lanes at Almaville Road. That's exit 47. And another in Fairview, 840 eastbound lane between Fairview, Centerville, and Pinewood Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. You can also go to 997WTN.com if you want to do that. EJ Host is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline, our political analyst. EJ, how are you today?
I'm wonderful. Getting back into the swing of it after a Thanksgiving holiday. Hope you had a great holiday.
It was a great holiday. Of course, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, EJ, is, of course...
Ask you, will you accept the jury's outcome, their verdict, no matter what it is?
Yes.
And have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
Yes.
So Joe Biden, of course, big news this morning after, years of saying that Joe Biden would not pardon Hunter. He turns around and he does it. And interestingly enough, of course, is he gave a full and unconditional pardon for Hunter's potential crimes committed from January 1st of 2014, conveniently during his time with Burisma through December 1st of 2024. Were you surprised by this, EJ?
Not surprised that he got the pardon. Surprised about the details of it. So 11 years is a really long time. Like you mentioned, that covers his time at Burisma. I really feel like this isn't so much a pardon for Hunter as it is for the big guy.
Yep.
Right? Like if we really look at it, I think there's more to it. The timing is interesting. Why now? Why not wait until, over the holidays, Christmas, that kind of thing, where it kind of gets buried. But right after the Kash Patel announcement and all of these things coming out about J6 again, like not that we didn't know it before, right? But I find the timing interesting of the announcement. I also find the 11-year timing interesting as well.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of folks are looking at that and they're saying, wait a minute. So January 1st of 2014, that is right when you have Hunter Biden going to work for Burisma. Of course, I don't want to relitigate that entire story, but it's all about corruption and influence peddling. And so when you look at, the gun charges and the tax evasion charges, okay, I get it. But when you go through that 11-year period, to me, I think it's clear that you've got Joe Biden, President Biden, and he's trying to protect the Biden crime family, because
right.
when you are trying to protect Hunter Biden, well, that means that, okay, well then does that mean that they can't go and look into all of the the political malfeasance, if you will, the influence peddling and so forth of, like, for example, Jim Biden, Joe Biden's brother, and as you said, the big guy as well. But one of the questions is, okay, so if he now basically has immunity, if you will, from any possible crime from 2014 to literally yesterday. And Kash Patel maybe gets in there, the FBI, and they start digging around that whole case and really start looking at the influence, the charges of influence peddling, the accusations of influence peddling. He can no longer claim, he can't claim the fifth. So,
right. I actually mentioned that last night. That was one of the first things that I was like, wait, what does this mean? Like if you follow my X feed at EJ Under the Radar, I've been making a few comments there and reposting people who are far smarter than me that have been saying that very thing. So he can't plead the fifth because the pardon basically means he faces no criminal jeopardy. Right. So no punishment for spilling the beans. The pardon really doesn't close the door to Hunter ever telling all. In fact, some are saying that there's a book release coming. But whatever the reason, this doesn't keep Hunter's mouth shut. It really opens it when you think about it. So I don't know. It's very interesting how it's all working out. I'm not sure if the Biden administration truly thought through all of that. I worried less about Joe Biden, like who's going to put that, dementia-ridden old man in jail, like through a trial, like none of that's going to happen. But think about, like you said, all the other people, Jill Biden, for example, basically, running the administration while her husband is incapacitated. Very interesting. It also only covers federal crimes. So state crimes, international crimes, other things that could be coming, lawsuits, charges, etc., are not necessarily covered. It does say that it's federal crimes specifically against the United States. That means that there are crimes against the United States, most likely, right? Like Joe Biden knows that this is coming, kind of a thing. But the fact that Hunter is unable to plead the fifth really makes the Kash Patel and all the coming investigations beyond interesting. It's just fascinating, and I'm not sure. I mean, I'm trying to find something similar in the past of the United States, and I'm kind of coming up short. This is unprecedented.
So one of the things, and you mentioned a book. So as the story goes, the whole family is, I guess, in Delaware, wherever they are, celebrating Thanksgiving. And again, as the story goes, Daily Mail reported this, that Hunter goes to Joe and he says, I've written a book and it's going to come out and everything's going to be exposed unless you grant me a pardon.
Mm-hmm.
So do you believe that version of the story? Because it almost sounds like Hunter, I mean, blackmail, I don't know what you'd call that, but it seemed to me like a threat.
Extortion in a way.
Extortion, yes.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think that's plausible. I find it implausible, however, that somebody at the Daily Mail would get that scoop, right? Like, I don't know. It's a plausible thing. I think probably he didn't go to Joe. I think he probably went to Joe's handlers and he went to Jill and said, all right, this is up now. I'm done. I've had enough. My name's being dragged through the mud. Let's get this pardon thing going. To say that Hunter is the one who initiated this and pushed the timeline is probably not a stretch. Whether or not somebody within the Biden family would leak that to the Daily Mail, I don't know how much I believe that. So, but I think it's plausible.
EJ Host is joining us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN Nashville Morning News, political analyst. Got a lot more straight ahead, including I do want to know your thoughts on Kash Patel leading the FBI. Details straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN. Cloudy today, snow showers as well. And right now it is 23 degrees. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN IDJ. So President-elect Trump coming out and saying that his pick to lead the FBI is Kash Patel. And people, I mean, I know that you watch the media just as much as I do. And people are really freaking out. I want to talk about that real quickly, though. I do want to backtrack a little bit. I did want to bring this up to you because I know that you and I are both passionate about the J6ers. Donald Trump, on the heels of Joe Biden pardoning Hunter, says, does the pardon given by Joe to Hunter include the J6 hostages who have now been imprisoned for years? Such an abuse and miscarriage of justice. Now, I think personally, and I'm certainly not a lawyer, but I think that this absolutely gives Donald Trump the justification to, when he comes into office, pardon the J6ers, or at least some of them.
Had the authority, and quite honestly, he should release all of them, like pardon every last single one of them now. Like, forget the problem. We can't just say like only those who committed violent crimes or, destroyed property or whatever, those say they have to go through, because there's so much being made up about these people now. It's inflated. They're calling things violence that weren't, all of that. So just blanket at this point. If Hunter can get a blanket pardon, then the J6ers can get a blanket pardon. End that part of our history, and let's move on to bigger and better, more positive things. But it does relate to the Kash Patel thing, right? So remember, he publicly has said that the J6 committee hid evidence of Trump's push for 10,000 National Guards. Right? Like, so it's all interconnected. The J6 thing, the Patel thing, the Hunter pardon, all of it is connected. And the timing that it's all coming to a head right now is pretty huge.
This is what Kash Patel has said about the FBI.
Then we need to decrease what I call government creep with personnel. The FBI's footprint has gotten so freaking big, and the biggest problem the FBI has come out of its intel shops. I'd break that component out of it. I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state. And I'd take the 7,000 employees that work in that building and send them across America to chase down criminals. Go be cops. You're cops. Go be cops. Go chase down murderers and rapists and drug dealers and violent offenders. What do you need 7,000 people there for? Same thing with DOJ. What are all these people doing here? Looking for the next government promotion, looking for their next fancy government title.
So that is the soundbite that a lot of the media organizations are running with. And, he's saying, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but basically he's saying that he wants to fundamentally transform the FBI, change its scope, its size, and its focus. And I understand why he's going down this road, because the FBI clearly, along with the DOJ, has been politicized. What say you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so obvious, right? The reason the media is freaking out is because they're going to lose their access. Remember, reporters and reporter types and talking heads, they all just really like their access to FBI people. And they're also crazy libs, right? So the radical left is going to freak out when the radical left is being called out for, crimes or, political creep, or what did he say? Government creep, So for sure. Patel gets it though, right? Like, he's committed to releasing the Epstein list. He said that publicly. He wants to release the Diddy tapes. He says he's seen the secret 7 pages of the JFK assassination report, right? Like, this guy is committed to bringing integrity back to the FBI. And if you don't see that, and if you don't appreciate that, then there's something wrong with you, right? Like, saying that he wants the FBI to go catch rapists and murderers in the United States is not controversial, right?
Well,
like, that's
unless you work at MSNBC.
Right. Well, or you work in, you're one of those 7,000 people who don't even show up to these offices. We're finding out, thanks to Elon and X, that they're empty anyways in D.C., but they all live there, and they all voted for Kamala Harris 93 or 95% or something like that. It was only 3 or 4% of the D.C. population that actually voted for President Trump. So, spare me all of this, cry me a river, whatever the phrase is. Spare us all your crying and your outrage. This guy wants to clean up the FBI. He wants to bring integrity back. And anybody who says otherwise or has a problem with that is the problem.
So do you think he'll be confirmed? Do you think he'll be able to get him confirmed?
I do. I think he'll get confirmed. I think the ones that are going to have trouble are going to be the ones that have more controversy, I guess, in their backgrounds. The ones who are easier to smear, I think Kash Patel is a little tough to smear, and that's a good thing.
It's interesting, too, because they keep saying, and I've mentioned this off and on throughout the morning, but, you have, whether it's Pete Hegseth or Kash Patel or, some of these other folks, where they'll say, well, all of these picks that Donald Trump is making, they just don't have the experience to do these positions, whatever the position might be. And my answer to that is always going to be, okay, so Biden comes in. That's a man who has a heck of a lot of experience, not to mention you have all of these other people within Biden's cabinet, within his administration as well. Just all of these people that are loaded with experience in the deep state, and look at the deep trouble that our country is in. That's what experience in the deep state does to our government, which is why I like, a Pete Hegseth or a Kash Patel leading defense or the FBI, respectively. And so I just, I'll give you the last word, EJ. But to me, I think that by and large, Donald Trump is on the right track.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at the number of appointees and announcements that they have made thus far, out of, say, 20-ish, if we like 17 to 18 of them, then great. I'm not crazy about this guy from Tampa, and I got to do a little more research, like the one who was just announced a couple of days ago. Don't like his take on COVID. But then you have Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, and he completely neutralizes anybody else in the administration or upcoming administration who had problems, with their COVID stances, because he's so great on it. So I think having a nice balance, I think not agreeing with every single pick is fine. I think we are on the right track. And so far, I would support almost every single one of them. And I think that's saying something, right? No one is going to agree with anybody, President Trump, or, I don't agree with myself 24/7. So
Right.
I think it's human nature to change your opinion and learn from things. And we don't learn if we don't have opposing opinions. So I'm okay with it as of right now. And I'm just going to keep riding this wave. I think the best part of this whole election win is what it's done to us as a nation. Everyone on the Trump side just kind of owning this and saying he's got our support. We've continued to support the president and those that are working through the transition team, which, usually this is a pretty dead zone for media, but they are owning the media narrative. It's a great thing to watch.
All right, EJ, how can folks find you on Twitter?
Yeah, go find me on X at EJ Under the Radar.
All right, EJ, thank you very much. And you can follow me on X as well at Dan Mandis Show. And great commentary, as always, by EJ Host. 7:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up in the news at 8?
We'll tell you why this evening's snow may be a bigger problem for you morning commuters. Also, a local shooting at an after-hours bar leaves an 18-year-old woman dead. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:54 on Super Talk 99.7. Friends, listen, if you've got a piece of property, maybe some land that you don't know what to do with, I want you to think about putting up a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco. They are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. Putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco could increase the value of your land big time. You can use your new pole barn as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. You can just live in it. The point is that a pole barn from Stoltzco, they are flexible. You can use it for just about anything. And yes, they're built really well as well. You could also plan ahead and build your retirement home. So call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-622-5992 for Stoltzco, 615-622-5992. One of the things I love doing is I love going to Instagram and Facebook and finding the social media pages of Stoltzco. They have great examples of their work. You can also find them online, STOLTZCO. It is Stoltzco.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Well, good morning. It's now 8:01. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 25 degrees now. We do have some clouds around. We've got your traffic coming up in just a couple of minutes. A little bit of snow may be falling in Middle Tennessee later on today. As Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro tells us, this is not one of those close the city down kind of snowstorms. It's more like flurries, maybe even a dusting. But the real problem with this snow could be tomorrow morning.
If the roads are even just wet, though, overnight tonight, the temperature's dropping so low so quickly, we could see some refreezing by tomorrow morning.
The flurries will start flying around dinner time tonight. President Biden catching the nation by surprise last night, announcing a sweeping pardon for his son, Hunter.
The pardon comes after Hunter spent Thanksgiving in Nantucket with his father and just days before he was due to be sentenced in two separate federal cases. One case involving a felony charge for buying a gun in 2018, the other stemming from his guilty plea on tax evasion charges. Each could have carried years in prison.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert. Dan will have more on this all throughout the morning. An 18-year-old woman was shot to death outside the Honey Pot Bar and Lounge on Murfreesboro Pike early Sunday morning. Now police are trying to find the shooters. Witnesses say the occupants of two cars were engaged in a heated argument when the shooting began. Ashley Dominguez was killed. Two other 19-year-old women were injured. This neighbor says that shooting is surprising.
This is actually a good area to be in. You know, I really don't hear too much violence, but to hear that, it's tragic.
Police have interviewed several people and said their investigation remains active. The chokehold trial for Marine veteran Daniel Penny comes to a close very soon. Jurors in that New York City trial will hear arguments from Penny's lawyers today.
During the trial, a forensic pathologist that was hired by Daniel Penny's team did dispute the ruling from the medical examiner's office that the chokehold did kill Jordan Neely. We are expecting to hear from his legal team in just a short time, and jurors will then decide Penny's fate.
That's ABC's Phil Tate. Now, Jordan Neely was threatening other riders on a subway car when Penny put him in a chokehold. Penny pleaded not guilty. A former drummer with the band My Chemical Romance has died. Bob Breyer was 44 years old. Police say he was found dead in his Tennessee home. Breyer left the band in 2010, later auctioned off a drum kit to raise money for an animal adoption center in Williamson County. Fox News reports that Breyer was last seen on November 4th. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. In Jolton this morning, 24, the eastbound lanes are closed right now from New Hope Road. That's exit 31 to Whites Creek Pike, exit 35. There is a crash. Again, that's eastbound 24, New Hope Road to Whites Creek Pike, closed off because of a crash. Gordonsville, we've got an overturned vehicle blocking the left lane on 40 eastbound at Carthage Gordonsville exit 258. And another crash in Pegram this morning, Sam's Creek Road at Lone Oak Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on in to your very cold December 2nd. Wear a jacket, wear a cap.
And long sleeves.
And
Don't
long
forget them.
sleeves.
Yeah.
And gloves.
And gloves. Now, for me, Stefano Di Pietro said, make sure that you wear a cap. And so I, being the petulant little thing that I am, decided, no, I'm not going to wear a cap. I'm going to do the exact opposite. I am kind of sorry. I should have listened to Stefano.
Sometimes he is right.
Sometimes the weather people actually are right. That's correct. By the way, the snarky super texters are out this morning.
Oh, yes, they are.
Well, Dan.
Oh.
Would you pardon your own son? No, I wouldn't, actually. Because part of being a parent is teaching your kids accountability. What is the one thing many things, but one of the things that Joe Biden has failed to teach Hunter Biden is accountability. How do I know that? Because if you look at the history of Hunter Biden, all along the way, he has always gotten away with stuff because he's Joe Biden's kid. Joe Biden never taught Hunter Biden about accountability. And so that's why Hunter Biden had to learn the hard way about all of these things that most of us learn along the way and we realize, okay, there's a right way to live and a wrong way to live. And, drugs and hookers and putting it all on tape and taking pictures and putting it all on a laptop and, dropping it off at a laptop repair place and then leaving it there is not only it's not the right way to live, but it's a dumb thing to do. And
knocking up strippers too.
Knocking up strippers, Johnny. That's another one. That's exactly right. So, yeah, look, if you want to teach your kids accountability, then you do have to force them to face consequences. And it seems to me that hasn't happened in Hunter Biden's life for years. Now, is it too late for Hunter? It kind of seems anyway like he's off drugs, but I really don't know. And quite frankly, I don't care. But parents need to learn that their kids need to understand accountability and consequences. So, yeah, if my kid did something bad, and it was up to me to pardon him, no, I wouldn't pardon him. I would, or any, would you pardon your kid, super texters? What would you do to teach your kids accountability? See, it's not about would you pardon your kid right now. It's going all the way back to first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, and on through middle school, junior high, and then high school. What did Joe Biden do as a father to teach Hunter Biden about consequences? What did he teach his kid about accountability? And when you do things that are wrong, when you do things that are inappropriate, when you break laws, then you have to suffer the consequences. And so, yeah, you know what? I think a lot of parents have to face that tough choice as to how far do you go to hold your kids accountable. And I think that holding your kids accountable, you're not supposed to be their friend. When you teach your kids about accountability, when you teach your kids about things like consequences to bad behavior, you're not punishing them. You're teaching them a lesson. And Joe Biden clearly never got that. And how he screwed up. Like, you've got Hunter, and then you had Bo. Now, Bo seemed to have his stuff together. Hunter was completely... Is Hunter the youngest? I don't even know. Who was older? Do we know? Had to be Bo.
No, I think Bo was the older son.
So Bo was the older son. And then there is a daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the whole shower controversy. Right. And where was Hunter in all this? Was he the middle child?
I believe he was.
Is there such a thing as middle child syndrome?
And yes.
And he also did he not have an affair with one of his?
Yes, he had an affair with Bo's widow.
Wife. Widow, yes.
But remember, Joe Biden says that Hunter is the smartest man that he knows.
She was the one that turned him in for the gun because he dumped it in a dumpster behind a little shopping center.
Yeah, across the street from
Delaware.
the school.
Yeah.
So, yeah, at least she tried to hold him accountable because, she knew that daddy wouldn't. So, yeah, I don't want to go on and on about this, but, to this snarky super texter, well, Dan, yeah, I would. And I think a lot of responsible parents would. Am I off base on this, Johnny?
I don't think so at all. But it's he hasn't been held accountable ever. So it's been a long time, and Hunter Biden was expecting this. He was expecting to be pardoned.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's be honest, too. Joe's doing this for Joe as well.
Yes.
Well, because everybody knows, we've been talking about this all morning long, but the deal with the Biden crime family is that it is a crime family. So you're talking about Hunter. You're talking about Joe Biden's brother, Jim. You're talking about the big guy, Joe Biden. And by the way, also don't forget, and I don't want to regurgitate all this because, Lord have mercy, we talked about this way too much. But don't forget that you had the shell companies, right? So the money goes through the shell companies and ultimately ended up in bank accounts of all of these various Biden family members. So the question now is, okay, so if Hunter Biden is, if he gets the pardon, well, then as we spoke about with EJ Antoni, I should say EJ Host, and I've been monologuing on this off and on all morning long. Okay, well then Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, you have people that will look now if Kash Patel is in charge of the FBI. Let's dig a little deeper into the Biden crime family syndicate. And can we haul in Hunter Biden because he can no longer plead the fifth, right? So we can haul in Hunter Biden and we can ask him all kinds of questions and he's no longer protected. He can't say that I plead the fifth. So he may have to go in and testify under oath, perhaps. And we'll talk about the big guy. We'll talk about Jim Biden. Talk about all of those Biden family members. You mean to tell me that all of those Biden family members, what is it, 8 or 9 or 10 of them? And all of a sudden they just end up with these thousands of dollars into a bank account and nobody asked why or where this money came from? So Hunter might be off the hook, but it might be an opportunity for Kash Patel to say, you know what, or James Comer or whoever, and haul his butt in front of Congress and do some real investigating with some teeth where they can ask Hunter Biden all of those questions. And you can talk about the big guy. And if you missed the monologues and the interviews earlier, part of the discussion is that Hunter Biden apparently put all of this in a book. And somehow, one way or another, Hunter communicates with Joe and he says, I've written a book and all of this is going to be exposed unless I get the pardon. So one way or another, whether this was, Joe Biden, who just loves his son so very much except to hold him accountable, and that was one way it may have gone down, is Joe just decided that he was going to pardon Hunter for whatever reasons, being a caring father or whatever, or Hunter forced the issue. And he said, Dad, I'm going to bring you and your brother and the entire family down if you don't give me a pardon. So it could have been any number of things. Joan, people also didn't like my joke.
Oh, that's shocking.
My joke, in case you missed it, here at the Thanksgiving, Joe Biden, he actually pardoned 3 turkeys, not 2. #Hunter.
Just gets better every time.
It does? Is he paying you to say that?
Not yet.
The audience reacts to my jokes.
Yes. Whatever. It's mayhem.
The snow doesn't even scare them anymore.
Yeah. That's what it is. It's mayhem. All right, moving right along. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. 8:17, Nashville's morning news. Cloudy today, snow showers as well. And what do you got for a temperature right now, Johnny?
24.
24 degrees. So it's kind of hovering around the 23, 24, 25 degree mark. But expecting some snow showers. So get to Kroger and get your milk, get your toilet paper, get your bread.
Paper towels.
Paper towel. What else would you recommend to get? If you're Joan, if you're absolutely beer. If you're a mom, Joan, which you
Oreos.
are. Oreos.
Yeah.
You know, let's go to the super text line. So when you're going to get a snowpocalypse like we're about to get, I'm kidding. What is on your list of items to get at Kroger? Mine, of course, is coffee. Coffee and all the accoutrements. So you're talking about coffee, you're talking about half and half, and you're talking about sugar. I don't care if I have any food. As long as I've got coffee, I'm okay.
Because you might be there for months. That's why we got to go.
It's you know what's going to happen? We're not going to get any snow. We're not the streets are going to be fine. It's not going to be any issue whatsoever.
Now, be careful, because when you do that, that tends to make Mother Nature go, uh-huh.
Listen,
right.
I'll show you.
Listen to my political analysis. I am always spot on. Whether not so much. Whatever. Anyway, moving right along. All right, 8:18, Nashville's Morning News. By the way, a programming note, Chris Hand is called in sick today. So Chris is not going to be here.
He's probably afraid of the snow.
You know what?
Or your joke.
If you listen real closely, you can hear really deep screaming there somewhere.
Yeah.
That's Chris Hand. And maybe he was afraid of he's like, oh, God. Dan's going to hit me with that joke. And I can't take it.
Come on, everybody, go with me. Let's run.
Turns out Joe Biden pardoned 3 turkeys instead of 2.
Oh, my gosh.
#Hunter.
We're just not going to hear the end of it, Johnny.
No, we're not.
You know what? Somebody on the super text line actually said, hey, Dan, if you, it's getting funnier the more times you say it. And he's encouraging me to say it more often. Is what he's doing.
Can I just find that person's home address and stop them?
Listen, you've got his phone number. Send him threatening texts, Joan.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. So here's the problem. Like I have nothing prepared for the 9 to 10 o'clock hour.
Well, you can tell jokes.
That's what I could do, Johnny. I could tell jokes over Chris's really cool music. He's put his music on a loop, and we could just start throwing down like dad jokes or Dan jokes, as I like to call them.
That's right.
I could do.
There you go.
I could do that.
And repeat them several times.
He'll never call out again.
That'll teach him. I love when I'm not responsible for the ratings, but I get to sit in on a show.
Yeah.
And just completely destroy that hour or 2 hours like Red Eye Radio. It's like I'm not responsible for their ratings. I'll just do what I want.
Thanks, boys.
I'm just kidding. All right. So if you, so what I'm going to try to do, Joe, and Johnny's going to be long gone, hopefully.
Yeah.
At 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I want to do you pick the topic. So I can have super texters pick the topic. So what do you want me to talk about?
Oh, I like this.
Between 9 and 10.
Folks, you could really get them. Choose some really bizarro topic.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
yeah. Wouldn't that be fun?
Loch Ness Monster. Let's go to the phones.
There you go.
Bigfoot. Let's go to the phones.
Mm-hmm.
Do animals have souls? Let's go to the phones.
Do animals have souls?
Yeah, that's a big topic, man.
Do they?
Oh, there we go. See, look at there. I've already reeled you in.
We want to believe they do. I want to see My Little Lafferty someday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you go up to heaven, you see all your lost pets?
Yeah.
I would dig that.
Okay, that would be very cool. That'd be very cool. We had a great moment at Thanksgiving, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to save it. I got to save it for 8:35.
Okay.
Because Chris isn't going to be there. So
You are such a tease.
I know, right?
Well,
and jokester.
That's right. Hey, you know what? You guys come up with a joke. I want you two to come up with original jokes for 8:35, like I did today.
Original joke.
Turns out Joe Biden pardoned 3 turkeys instead of 2. #Hunter. So you two, you know what? You two are so funny. You come up with a joke.
I don't think we ever walked around saying we're funny.
I have to do that. Well, clearly neither have I. Remember what I said? I'm always right. I'm not funny, but here I am telling jokes. Whatever. Moving right along. 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News. So if you have a suggestion for a topic between 9 and 10, maybe I could do open phones.
Oh.
I could do open phones original jokes.
Oh, there you go.
See, that's what I could do.
As long as they're not drilling underneath us.
No,
as long as they're not dirty.
No.
Yeah. Gotta watch that.
You need some pre-screening.
And by the way, I'll say it for everybody. As far as original jokes go, Dan Mandis is a talk show host. That would be somebody's original joke right there.
Boy. They're just getting
Wow.
better. They're just getting better as the morning
I
goes
can't even get
on.
a snicker out of you people.
Oof. That was funny.
Yeah, boy, that was a knee slapper.
Yeah.
I about lost my breath on that one.
Hi, Joan. What's coming up at 8:30?
Well, Dan.
You know what I always say to Amy? Like when she doesn't find me funny? You know what I say to Amy?
What do you say?
I say, all right, you want me to be cool and aloof? I could be cool and aloof. I won't tell any jokes. I won't be friendly. I won't be fun, Dan, like I always am. I can be cool and aloof. And that's what I threaten her with, cool and aloof.
And does she throw confetti and start partying?
Kinda.
Yeah.
She says, oh, please do.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So, Dan,
Yes.
winter has arrived, and it's super cold, and we've got snow in our forecast. A little bit more information on that. Also, a driver on I-24 gets the shock of his life. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. 8:23, Nashville's Morning News. Spend time where it matters most this holiday season and sell your home fast with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Don't worry about showings and open houses or spending money on those costly repairs. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate allows you to bypass the market, receive an all-cash offer, and close in as little as 21 days. Now, one of their clients, Tom, said, Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home quickly and for more money than we expected. He says the entire process was easy and stress-free. He says, I highly recommend Mark Spain Real Estate, and by the way, so do I. Now, if you're looking for a hassle-free experience like Tom's that makes you the most money, my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate make selling your home simple. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, Mark Spain Real Estate knows what matters most, a quick sale and maximum profit. So call them 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online. It is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
829 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for Zero Res. Eternally grateful to these folks because they keep my carpets insanely clean and safe for Riker and now my grandson as well. Now, dirty carpets equals sickness. Your carpet is the #1 air filter in your home, so keep it clean the Zero Res way. You know, the Zero Res difference means powered water, right? So no soap, no residue, no harsh chemicals. That means pure safety for your family and your pets. And your carpets are going to dry twice as fast as well. So get your home holiday ready with Zero Res. Now, they have the highest approval rating from the Carpet and Rug Institute. They've got thousands of positive Facebook and Google reviews. And a big thumbs up from my house. A great deal going on right now, by the way. Headed into the holidays, 3 rooms for $129, and you get a free hallway as well. Plus, you use promo code FRESH100, you're going to get $100 off of air duct cleaning, too. 1-800-0-RES is the phone number. Restrictions do apply. 1-800-0-RES. Find them online, zeroresnashville.com.
Good morning, 8:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It really is beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro tells us there could be flurries and snow showers for the afternoon commute today.
There could be some slick spots on the roadways, even though it's only a dusting to maybe a half an inch in the higher elevations. Because the temperature is so low, it would only take about a dusting to cause some slick spots, especially on overpasses and bridges.
Now, DiPietro says this is not a shut down the city kind of snow, but better be prepared later today, even tomorrow morning. Well, for more than a year, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre has denied that President Biden would pardon his son, Hunter.
You said not a lot's changed since yesterday and that it's a personal matter. But from a presidential perspective, is there any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No.
When would the president pardon or commute his son if he's convicted?
So I've answered this question before. It was asked of me not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, and I was very clear and I said no.
So if you were hoping to tune in today and watch the questions fly about this pardon, forget it. Fox News reporter Jackie Heinrich says that Biden issued that pardon just before jetting off to Angola late last night, and Karine Jean-Pierre is with him. She'll take questions on Air Force One, but they will be off camera.
Yeah, it's so funny. I bet you she would, believe it or not, rather be in Angola than face Peter Doocy or Jackie Heinrich.
She probably didn't need to be on the plane to Angola, but she chose to be.
Yes, please take me with you.
Yes. Other news of the day, a man has been arrested after allegedly pointing an AR-15 at a driver in another car as they both traveled down I-24 on Saturday. Metro Nashville police said 28-year-old Ryan Bowden was arrested after a police stop in downtown Nashville. He had been previously convicted on felony gun charges, so now he's been charged with a host of felonies. He's being held on a $122,000 bond. Well, moments after the opening bell here, we've got stocks all trading upward just after the opening bell. Dow Jones Industrials plus 42 points right now. The NASDAQ is up 108, and the S&P 500 index starting the day off 12 points higher. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33 on WTN. Friends, if you missed the Glock Store's incredible Black Friday sale, great news right now. It's not too late. They've decided to extend it through December 3rd, which is, of course, tomorrow. Now, remember the great deal they've got going on right now. And again, you've got today and tomorrow. Get 1,000 rounds of Burrow bullets, 9mm ammo with ammo can for only $249.99. Now, if you do that math, that is less than 25 cents a round. Now, I told you, there's great deals going on right now at the Glock Store. Don't forget that you can save big time on their incredibly popular tungsten guide rods and the lowest prices in the country they have on Glock factory magazines as well. As Landon McGill always says, you can never have too many magazines. What a great stocking stuffer as well. In-store or online, go to GlockStore.com. Pick your deals from the Black Friday category, then select Pickup in-store when you check out. They'll let you know when it's ready for pickup. That's the Glock Store's Black Friday week of savings going on right now. The Glock Store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
In Bordeaux, it's Clarksville Pike southbound lanes. There is a crash involving some injuries. It's right at Manchester Avenue. Be careful. Also, Thompson Station, 65, both north and southbound at the Thompson Station Road overpass. They call it police activity. It's just attracting a lot of slow down traffic at the moment. And then in Midtown Charlotte Avenue at 16th Avenue North, a crash reported by police. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.838, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. It's usually the gang of four today, gang of three. Chris Hand is called out today, so I'm going to do not only this, the remaining of my show, I'm going to do the first hour of Chris's. And then Chad Benson is going to come in, and Chad will do the last two of Chris's show, and then he'll do... I guess it'd be the 3 hours that he was going to be on, because you got Matt Murphy show, who's going to be on 3 to 7 today.
That's right. I like Chad. He's good.
Chad's very good. I've been enjoying Chad immensely. And if you have not heard Chad Benson, he's coming up at 10 o'clock. He's going to be, if you don't like Chad, you're screwed, because he's going to be on for like 5 hours.
So you better like him.
So you better like him.
But he is. He's worth it. He'll be worth the 5 hours.
Oh, absolutely. He's a lot of fun. All right, so real quickly, number one, I have content now for the 9, and I'm actually going to do content. And I've got a couple of stories that I actually have left over from 9 to 10.
Okay.
So I'm going to spare people. Apparently no one in the audience has a sense of humor because they don't like my jokes.
Oh, clearly it's because they don't like your jokes.
I think that's what it is. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to blow the doors off of this place with actual content. At 9:06.
Well, maybe you should try the joke just one more time.
Could you have done that starting at 5 this morning?
Whoa. Whoa.
Sorry.
Joan Jones hitting down the PD aisle there.
Anyway. Moving right along.
Well, if it weren't for pickpockets, I'd have no sex at all. Not saying my ex-wife was selfish, but every time we get in the heat of passion, she'd scream out her own name. Whoa!
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. right, I didn't realize Johnny was going to bring the comedy.
Yeah.
Joan, what do you got?
Oh, what do I got?
Yeah, because Johnny's bringing it. So I've already brought my comedy, just so we're clear.
Mm-hmm.
I've already brought my comedy for the day.
Yeah.
So I don't need to have any comedy this segment.
Which
because
means
frankly,
that you don't have any more?
It's not appreciated.
Okay.
I'm like Hollywood. Right? Everybody wants to move to like Europe and stuff because they don't feel like they're appreciated in America.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about my comedy. I won't be moving to Europe, but I'm just not going to tell any jokes this time around.
Well, I didn't feel like mine were really appreciated right there, so I'm moving to Alabama.
Well, if you guys all go, I'm going to take over the show. Hey.
Joan, based on my jokes, that might actually be a good thing.
Yeah, the audience might dig that, Joan.
That's absolutely right.
So you guys know we have some snow coming, right?
Yeah.
How do polar bears make their beds?
I don't know. How do they make their beds, Joan?
With sheets of ice and blankets of snow. Come on, it was good.
I don't even understand that. Johnny, do you get the joke? Do it one more time.
How do polar bears make their beds?
Yeah.
With sheets of ice and blankets of snow.
Oh. Got it. All right, go ahead and give her the.
Wow, if I had to do it twice, it wasn't. All right, ready? Here we go.
All right, come on.
What do you call a snowman with abs?
What?
An abdominal snowman.
Ooh, hey, that's pretty good.
All right, that's all I got.
Boy, I can see why none of us are at the Comedy Store.
Dan, you didn't even try. You didn't even try to smile.
He didn't.
You didn't even get the sheets of ice and blankets of snow thing.
He just stared at his screen, blinking his eyes.
So now I'm trying to look up jokes.
Oh, see.
I'm trying to look up jokes because you know what? When I make up my own jokes,
yeah.
As you can tell, I'm very
bad.
good at telling the jokes. But when I'm counting on other people to write my comedy, I'm not very good at writing the joke or stating the jokes. So,
it's an art. It really, and a lot of people, I don't have it. I don't have that art.
Oh, you're great, Johnny.
No.
Hey, by the way, did everybody have a nice Thanksgiving? I'm going to tell you what happened at my Thanksgiving. It was epic.
Really?
Tell us.
Well, you guys, you tell me, how was your Johnny? How was your Thanksgiving? Joan, how's your Thanksgiving? Then I'm going to go into my train wreck.
Go ahead, Joan.
Well, it was just, so when we went on vacation during the week of elections, we had the Thanksgiving meal with all of our kids because they were all, like everybody was together. So for Thursday, it was my older son, my pregnant daughter-in-law, and their baby. They have a nearly 2-year-old child.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just us, my husband and I, and them. So it was nice. It was quiet. It was wonderful. My daughter-in-law is an amazing cook, so we all ate too much. It was terrific.
All right, very good. Johnny, you had a good one as well, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it was very quiet.
Okay.
Nobody came to visit, so we had one just us, and we actually loved it. And not to make the turkey nervous, we had because they have a lot of turkey around the house.
Oh, that's right. You do, don't you?
Did you bag your own turkey?
No, we ate steak.
Oh, okay.
You ate steak?
Oh, yeah, we had steak on
that's
Thanksgiving.
awesome.
Yeah. My doctor won't be happy, but.
So we had Jameson over, my grandson over.
Oh, nice.
And I don't know how this happened, but within a 2-minute period, Jameson vomits on the floor, and finally, he's been a little constipated.
He let go.
That cork finally came loose.
Oof.
In like a 2-minute time period, Jameson unloads, and so does the dog.
At the same time.
It's like they're women cycling together. It was crazy.
Wow.
So you had the dog just vomits all over the place.
Whole bandit, our buddy.
Yeah. And it was weird because it was like, this is a dog that is eaten mold poison. It did make him sick.
And survived.
And he survived. But whatever it was, and you know what made him sick is Amy's cooking.
No, come on, no.
That dog was getting so many like scraps.
Well, see, that's not good for them.
He had ham, he had some taters.
Well, that's why he got sick.
And he had some rolls. And
he had rolls?
I love the dog.
See,
and he gets
that's
so
why
excited.
He got sick. It wasn't Amy's cooking. It was you overfeeding him.
Well, yeah, and people food is not good for not good for the bandit.
Not even at Thanksgiving.
No, it's very hard on their digestive system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, earlier we were talking about, and I'll fess up to Chris, but in the 535, and in fact, it was right at this very same exact time that I let loose with some fake news. And that fake news was that Chris asked me if I had seen Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. And I said, in the year that he told me to watch it, I said, no, I haven't watched it yet. Well, my wife, Amy, sends me a note and says, and I didn't see it till I got off the air, you've seen Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. It's John Candy and Steve Martin.
And you went, oh, yeah.
And I said, oh, it really made an impact.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that great of a movie. I'm going to be honest. Whatever.
And the reason why we wanted to know if you saw that is because it's a Thanksgiving movie, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is a Thanksgiving movie, from what I can recall.
Yeah, they're trying to get home.
Yeah. Now, I will admit that Amy tells me that I shed a little bit of a tear at the end of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. And
you don't even remember?
What was touching?
I don't remember. Well, yeah, because at the end, I do remember now.
Yeah.
John Candy plays a doofus, and I kind of relate to him. So John Candy plays a doofus. Steve Martin plays like a buttoned-up business guy. And so the two of them, it's almost like the Odd Couple.
Yes.
You know, that formula.
Yes.
And so they're trying to make it home. And Candy won't leave Steve Martin alone. And the bottom line is the end of the movie is so incredibly touching.
It is.
That I'm not going to ruin it for you. If you folks haven't seen Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, go check it out.
I haven't. So.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
I see, if you're from Wichita, Kansas, you get this. But at one point, Steve Martin his character calls his wife to let her know that they're having problems trying to get home. And she says, where are you? And he said, I'm in Wichita.
Wichita.
Anybody that's been in Wichita can relate.
Also, a couple of other things real quick. People are asking about my eyes because apparently you can still see how funky my eyes are.
He's stoned. Clearly he's stoned.
You know,
He does the show stoned
that
all
would
the time.
explain the joke, would it not?
It's those gummies, man.
Yeah. Better stop it.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's going to get back to the boss.
So anyway,
maybe
a few days ago, I'm having my eyes looked at because I'm thinking about having that. I have to have
LASIK surgery,
cataract surgery.
Cataract.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So they dilated my eyes, and my eyes have been gunked up ever since. So my eyes, if you look at Friday's video of the show, I look horrible. And Chris even called me out on it because I can barely keep them open, right? So they're all puffy and they're still not better. So I'm not stoned despite what the content sounds like. What are you saying, Johnny?
What?
He's inhaling.
I never knew.
Anyway. In my case, I would never smoke a marijuana cigarette.
Okay.
Gummies are much better.
Oh.
What? I didn't say anything.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm just
Really?
kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Oh, you know what to get you for Christmas?
Hocus Pocus, by the way.
Stone.
Johnny, you've already slipped me something. We're not going to get into it.
You slipped him something?
It's a long
private joke.
It's a long story, and we can't get into it.
It can't be told on the air
until both Johnny and I are getting ready for our final day.
That's right.
Then,
wow.
Yeah, because I don't think with what happened that one day, Johnny,
I'll put it in my book.
Yes, there you go.
Wow.
After they escort us out the door,
yes,
we can tell the story in a podcast.
It was a very funny day.
It was very funny.
Can he tell me off the air?
Sure.
Really?
As long as you keep it to yourself.
Okay.
So, Hocus Pocus, I said that it was a Christmas movie earlier. It's actually a Halloween movie.
Yes, it is.
Doesn't make it any better. It's a terrible movie. We were talking about overrated holiday movies.
See, I kind of liked it.
With Bette Midler?
And I think my son, even though I disagree with Bette and she drives me nuts, I still have kind of a soft spot for her because my youngest son, loved the movie. And we had her on music radio. She was a guest.
Yeah.
And I was telling her off air how much my son loved the movie. She got all flipped out and pulls out a picture and signs it to him.
Aww.
Here's Winnie, love Bette.
That's sweet.
And that was very nice of her.
Yes.
So even though, I disagree with her on so many things.
Yeah.
So many things.
Yeah.
By the way, when does a joke become a dad joke?
When's that, Dan?
When it becomes apparent. Thank you.
That was from a super texter, wasn't it?
Shut up, John.
I just saw that. So now you're stealing super texters' jokes and claiming they're yours? It's despicable.
Well, that's
all right.
That's what radio people do. We steal stuff and we take
No,
credit.
that's what stoners do.
That's exactly.
Ooh.
Wow.
That was.
Damn.
Damn.
And I got another hour. And I got another hour with
You
Joan.
do. Your eyes, wow.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Your bloodshot.
My bloodshot eyes. They're I'm like in all seriousness, I can barely see.
Really?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time.
Well, man,
today.
I feel for you on that.
So you can probably tell the quality of the show this morning that.
Don't make excuses.
Oh, I've always got an excuse, Joan. Always have an excuse.
He always does.
That day one of radio school, they teach you when you suck, just make excuses,
Is
right,
that what
Johnny?
they say?
Yeah.
That is, yeah. That's.
It's
Must have
because
missed
of
that day.
It's because of Johnny.
Damn that Johnny B. Most overrated Christmas movie. Joan, go. Most overrated.
Overrated. Well, I'm not a Jim Carrey fan, so I think the whole. What did he do? The Grinch.
Yeah, the Grinch.
I don't like that.
Oh, the Grinch.
All.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I
Not
get
a
it.
fan.
All right. Johnny?
You know, I actually liked the movie when it first came out, but since they've done it to death with 24-hour viewings on like what? TNT? Christmas Story. Put it away. Please.
Yeah.
You've overdone it.
Shoot your eye out with that thing.
Yeah.
Don't lick the pole.
Yeah, don't lick the pole, man.
Yeah. Dan?
Home Alone.
Ah.
I am so tired of Home Alone.
Home Alone 1.
And here's the deal, is that with Home Alone, it's not because we've seen it 1,000 times. It's because a little Home Alone goes a long way.
It sure does.
And just like most Christmas songs that have been overplayed for years.
Oh.
Have you ever done that, though? Have you ever left your kid and not realized?
No.
Wait, what? Have
Isn't
you ever
that
done
what happens with Home Alone? They leave the kid behind?
Yeah, they go on the vacation, they fly away, and where's Kevin?
No, Joan, I've never done that. Have you?
Yes.
You left you left your
Joan
child?
Yeah. So we were in, we used to live near Philadelphia, and we were in the Wanamaker building, which has this big, wonderful display, a light display. And my husband and I that day were kind of like bickering with each other, and we had 3 kids at this point. And somehow the littlest one, who was probably 3 at the time, we get into the elevator and we're bickering with each other, and the doors are closing. And I said, "Where's Jolie?" Boom, the doors close. And we couldn't get back out.
Oh, no.
Oh, it was awful.
So you had to take the stairs back up, I'm assuming.
Yeah, and run, get off at the first floor that the elevator would let us off on. But as we're running through the store, all the stairways are blocked because they don't want people going up the stairs to see the light show. They want them all on one particular floor. So now we're jumping over, barricades, trying to find her. Anyway, we get to the bottom floor of the Wanamaker building, and there's a warthog statue. Don't even ask. And there was a family at the warthog statue entertaining our daughter.
Aww.
We said we knew you to be back. But in those moments where you realize that your child is behind, you have heart attacks over and over again.
Now, you and your husband were bickering, so do you blame each other? Like, now that you tell this story many years ago, do you blame each other? Nah. Like, he'll tell his friends Joan was at fault, and you'll say that he was at fault?
Nah, we just say we were bickering, which we don't often do, so.
Well, look what happens when you do.
I know.
Yeah, it's better you don't.
All right, Chris Hand is out, so I'm in for Chris for the first hour, and then Chad Benson is going to be here from 10 to 12. And I've got all kinds of new topics that I've got. So I'm going to it's just going to be a topic triage. Isn't that what Phil used to do? Topic triage?
Yes.
Oh.
9 to 10 is going to be topic triage, where I'm just going to throw a whole bunch of topics against the wall. 615, and Johnny can take the phones off hold. because I'm no longer in morning drive.
Wow.
And so I can take calls. 615 when we start. 615-737-9986. Dan Mandis here, and my company for foundation repair and concrete leveling is United Structural Systems. They fixed my foundation, and they can help you with yours as well. Now, they're awesome, easy to work with, and above all, competent and reasonable. If you notice doors and windows sticking, uneven floors, maybe gaps between the trim and ceiling, these are all signs that you might have a possible foundation issue. And nobody does it better than USS, United Structural Systems. Now, they're going to give you a free inspection and detailed estimate before you have to make a decision on whatever they're going to do for you. Communication is always key to making sure that everybody is on the same page and you don't pay a dime until the work is done and you're a satisfied customer. USS for all your foundation, concrete leveling, and waterproofing needs. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. Online, USSTN.com.